by recognizing the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples of Canada as traditional stewards and caretakers of the land. We acknowledge that the town of Wasaga Beach is located within the boundaries of Treaty 18, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Tenochtitlan, Wendat, and is the home of many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples as part of an intricate nationhood that reaches across Turtle Island. At this time of truth and reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity to work together towards new understandings and new relationships and ask for guidance in all we do.
May I wish Councillor Delio. We now have item number 2 is disclosure of pecuniary interests. I do have one before me from Deputy Mayor Snell, and that is an indirect pecuniary interest, Section 2 of the Municipal Act. And is that her father and boss both own homes in this subdivision. If there's anyone else who has a pecuniary interest throughout this meeting, please let us know at that time, and we will record that. Item number 3 on the agenda is open forum. This is a time where members of the public can have 2 minutes to come forward and speak with respect to any items that are on the agenda. And I see nobody here in the audience, but Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone online?
Thank you, Your Worship. We do not have anybody registered to speak today.
Sorry, you said no one? All right, thank you. So seeing no one here and no one online, we'll move on in the meeting to item number 4, and that's approval of the agenda. And I do have a resolution resolved that the contents of the agenda of June 29th, 2023 be approved as circulated. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Snell, Councillor White, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 5, deputations, presentations. Petitions in public meetings, we have 2 today. The first one is Mr. Jay Anstey of Baker Tilly, LLP, and of course our Director of Finance, Ms. Jocelyn Lee, to speak to us with respect to the audited financial statements. So good afternoon, Jay. Come on forward and join us. Good to see you again. Looking dapper as ever. And Jocelyn, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, members of council. Good to see you all again. We're here today to present the draft financial statements. We've substantially completed our audit, and the purpose of our presence here today is to give you enough information that you can understand and approve the draft financial statements. As a summary of our audit results, the statements are reported, the date of the audit report is today, June 29th, 2023, in anticipation of council approving the statement. The audit report is an unqualified audit report, and that means that the audited financial statements are free from material misstatement within, again, all material respects. And materiality was set at $1.3 million this year, and in our previous session I did explain the concept of materiality and what that means. Along with the audited financial statements, we did include an audit reporting letter in today's council agenda package. That letter does largely state there were no issues identified that we do need to report to council, whether that's independence or significant findings that we have concerns about to report to council. And again, there's a schedule that is attached to that letter that indicates whether there were any uncorrected misstatements, and that there is one, but it is below our materiality level. In addition to the audit reporting letter, there are interim and final management letters that we do issue to council. One was issued back in early 2023, and the second one is forthcoming as we wrap up our audit procedures. In addition to the audit, we also do the audited financial statements. We do 2 additional audits. One is actually a review report on compliance with the investment policy. That policy is set by the town, and we do a review to ensure that all investment activity in the year has been in compliance with that policy, and we found no issues. During our review of that, there is one point on our management letter that is forthcoming, is in that the policy is due for review, which we have spoken to management about, and that will be forthcoming to council in this year. And then finally, we do an audit on the cemetery trust funds, and that's a required audit within the Cemeteries Act. And again, we've issued a clean, unqualified audit opinion on that. So no material misstatements on that audit. I'll give a highlight of the financial statements. Of course, the full financial statements are included in today's council agenda package. The presentation here has excerpts as I want to go over to help council understand the audited financial statements. We'll start with the consolidated statement of operations, and of course these are just excerpts and highlights that I want to go over. Starting with operating revenues for the year of $45.5 million. Your operating revenues are your standard, the municipal portion of taxation, and of course only municipal, not the county or the school board portion. Your user charges, and those being water and wastewater fees, recreation type revenues, parking fees, those types of revenues, and then grants received for operations. So $45 million compared to a budget of $43 million. So fairly in line, $2.1 million above budget, and $1.6 million of that above budget was in the water and wastewater revenue. And of course, that's a very difficult area to budget because it's based on consumption. So that we almost expect to see a variance year to year. But otherwise, revenue is very much in line with budget year over year, or for this fiscal year. In terms of operating expenses of $44.6 million, with that compared to the budget of $37.9 million, it appears to be over budget by $5.5 million. But it is important to note in the audited financial statements, the actual figures include amortization expense. And this is the accounting entry for the depreciation of assets over time. This amount is not included in the budget because of the budget is more based on a cash basis and not this accounting entry basis. So excluding that amortization line, expenditures are actually $900,000 below budget overall. So it's important to understand that actual the budget, we're not way over budget on operating expenses. There were no significant variances within any specific department, but I would refer you to Treasurer Lee's report on the variances within each department. I think that gives a good summary on variances that occurred during the year. And then finally, capital revenues of $20.5 million. And again, this is below budget of $24 million. It appears to be a large variance, but capital revenues are generally revenues received for projects that occur over time. So a good example is the arena and library project. If not as much progress was made as anticipated, then some of these revenues might occur in a future year. So these tend to have a variance from budget to actual. Included in the $20.5 million of capital revenues are $13 million of development charge revenue recognized, $1.5 million of government grants, $1.3 million of contributed assets, and this is when a developer has assets contributed to the town, and that's specifically in the Sun Valley subdivision. And it also includes $1.3 million of income from the government business enterprise, and this is geosands, the investment in geosands, and I will go over that as I get into my presentation. So overall, in 2022, there was an annual surplus of $21.5 million. And again, this seems like a very large number, but it is important to understand and that this isn't an increase in the town's cash reserves of $21 million. And I think note 20 to the financial statement that actually Treasurer Lee has prepared to help council understand what this means, and I'll flip to that, is the $21 million includes accounting entries and revenues received for expenditures on capital assets, long-term debt received, and principal payments. So when we reconcile this to the reserve transfer that is in Treasurer Lee's staff report, there's actually a $6.3 million deficit that had to be funded from reserves. So in other words, $21 million was spent during the year, and in addition, another $6.3 million had to be utilized from reserves because overall there was really a deficit or a shortfall in a cash position during the 2022 fiscal year. And then now look at some excerpts from the Statement of Financial Position as of 2022. And starting with financial assets, we're looking at cash and investments. Here, just an excerpt of financial assets. You will note that cash and cash equivalents has decreased from 30 million down to 13 million. $10 million of this decrease was just a transfer of cash into guaranteed investments, but the remainder of the decrease in cash was largely spent on tangible capital assets during the year and financing some of the additions that are ongoing. Note 8 to the financial statements does note that of the cash and the guaranteed investments balance, 25 million is actually restricted in use, and that is cash that has been received from areas like government grants and development charges that must be used on capital purposes, and we do see a corresponding liability on the financial statements to note that that money has to be spent on those areas. The financial indicator that is up on the chart here, what it shows is that there's enough cash and cash equivalents to cover the town's current liabilities 2 times over. A provincial standard would be that you would like at least 50% of cash and cash equivalents compared to your current liabilities. So the town still has considerable cash and cash equivalents to cover its current liabilities. The provincial indicator, the provincial average that is in front of us shows that on average, and this is the lower tier municipalities at the end of 2021, on average, other municipalities had 4 times the amount of cash and cash equivalents to cover current liabilities. So Wasaga Beach was at the end of 2022 a little bit lower than 2021 provincial averages, but well above the low risk range. So it is in quite a low risk area. Also on the statement of financial position is the investment in government business enterprise, and this is the very technical accounting term for the investment in the Geosands shares and equity of Geosands, the hydro subsidiary that the town does wholly own. At the end of 2022, the equity that the town had in Geosands is $18.4 million, $735,000 increase year over year, and that's reflective of Geosands having an increase in its own equity, so the town in turn has an increase in equity in that company. In addition to this increase in equity, the town of Wasaga Beach did receive a $480,000 dividend from Geosands in 2022, and that would have been declared back in April 2022 and paid around that time. And in addition to the investment, there is also a note that the town has loaned funds to Geosands, specifically to Wasaga Distribution Inc., and in return, the town received in 2022 $135,000 of interest revenue on that note. On the liability side of the statement of financial position is obligatory reserve funds, again, a technical accounting term for deferred revenue or funds received that have restrictions on them and must be spent in a specific way, mainly on capital assets is what these funds are received for. $25.3 million of obligatory reserve funds, down from $27.7 million in 2021. This is the first time in a number of years that we've actually seen obligatory reserve funds decrease year over year. And while, as you look down this chart, essentially all of the various categories have increased, it's really the development charge utilization in 2022 that has overall decreased the obligatory reserve funds. Development charges decreased a net $6 million year over year. There was $7 million of development charges levied and paid by developers, but there was $13 million of development charges used during the 2022 fiscal year. $11.4 million of these were on the arena and library, and another $1.1 million on the water pollution control plant. Within the development charges line of $13.9 million, there are further internal breakdowns, and under the Development Charges Act and studies of the categories that development charges are set aside for. Overall, there are actually $25.4 million of funded development charge categories, but there's also $10.4 million of categories that are overdrawn. The overdrawn categories include the indoor recreation category is overdrawn by $5.7 million, the library category is overdrawn by $3.8 million, and the storm drainage category overdrawn by $800,000. Looking at the types of loans that the town has, in 2020, there are two types really. There's a temporary loan facility, and this is described in Note 12 to the financial statements. And then there are long-term loans, mainly in the form of debentures and also some bank loans. As for the temporary loans, in 2021, there was $3 million that was drawn on the temporary line of credit or the temporary facility, I should say, that was used for the Main Street Bridge reconstruction. And then in 2022, this $3 million was converted into a debenture and is now, in 2022, included in the long-term liabilities category. And then in 2022, another $5 million was drawn on the temporary borrowing facility, and that was for the arena and library construction. Note 12 does also note that as a subsequent event, when there are any major financing events that happen after year end, there has been another $7 million that has been drawn on that temporary loan facility. The other long-term liabilities that do exist at the end of the 2022 year end include 4 long-term loans, and they've been in existence since before 2021, and those include 2 beachfront loans, a loan for streetlight retrofitting, and a fire pumper truck loan. In terms of repayments during the year, there was $1.1 million in long-term debt principal repayments and $428,000 of interest payments for $1.5 million spent on debt. When we look at this spending on debt compared to the town's own source of revenue, so municipal taxes and user charges, spending on debt is 2.4% of that total tax and other revenue sources that the town generates for itself. As an indicator, the general standard is to have this below 5%, so the town still is in that category throughout the 2022 year. Another debt indicator that is reviewed by the province and is actually an upset limit is the annual repayment limit. And so the annual repayment limit for 2022 was actually $8.6 million that the town, as a maximum, it could spend on debt repayments. This compared to the $1.5 million that it did spend, which I just mentioned. So it's at 17% of its total top-end capacity, up from 15.3% in 2021. And of course, this does not factor in that the temporary loans are interest only, so that there are no principal repayments. So as those do get converted into long-term debt sources, it will be a much higher percent of the annual repayment limit. So on the statement of financial positions, the net financial assets is a great indicator of how much cash or assets that are expected to be turned into cash, those being the financial assets, compared to the total liabilities of the town. So when you compare those to the net financial assets of $41 million, so the town is still in a very strong financial position, despite this, the financial assets decreasing about $9 million year over year. And when we look at what a low risk category is, you compare these net assets to own source revenue, and overall we would still be in a positive position if in a standard indicator if we were break even or even somewhat negative. But the town has a very strong net financial asset position and continues to, despite this being down year over year. And there's non-financial assets, and these are the tangible capital assets, and they're not considered financial assets specifically because they aren't expected to be converted to cash or sold. These are the brick and mortar assets and the equipment and buildings that and infrastructure that the town owns and uses to perform its services. So it's $308 million in tangible capital assets, a $31 million net increase year over year. There was $40.2 million of asset additions, tangible capital asset additions during the year, which is one of the most significant that we have seen in years. But then this is net of the $7.5 million amortization expense that I mentioned previously, so the depreciation of those assets over time, as well as $1.7 million of disposals of tangible capital assets. In terms of additions, the significant additions in the year, there was $16.9 million spent on the arena, $4.3 million spent on the new library, $1.5 million spent on the water pollution control plant, $2 million of additions of land, with some of that being contributed from developers, so that's not all cash additions. $2.2 million spent on vehicles, the main one being a new fire aerial truck, and $1.5 million spent on equipment. And two of the major areas were two of the new parks that were replaced during 2022. Disposals of tangible capital assets include lands at 544 River Road West, the portions of the water pollution control plant, that as the new portions are added, obviously there's disposals of old parts of the plant, and then as well the new aerial truck is replacement of a former aerial truck. You'll also notice the assets held for resale line, and while this is actually in the financial assets category, it's a small number, but this is another disposal that occurred during the 2022 year where title on lands from Ramblewood Drive were officially disposed of, and these were not included in the tangible capital asset balance as a result of accounting standards, and the agreement is described in Note 10 to the financial statements. The financial indicator that we look at is the asset consumption ratio and how much of the total tangible capital assets have been amortized, or how much of the useful life has been used up. So 31% of the total tangible capital assets purchased the useful life has been used, and this is below the 50% financial indicator of whether this would be a low risk category. So again, well in the low risk area. And if we look at that in a little bit more detail by category and how much useful lives have been used up of tangible capital assets, I look at the linear assets of 32%, with the town being a growing town where there's new subdivisions coming online. That means there's inherently new roads, new water, wastewater infrastructure that has no depletion of useful life. One thing to note in the buildings category, that would not include the new arena and library because they are not complete yet. They're not included in that category. So once those are complete, then that will bring down the average useful life, or the average consumption of life of the buildings category. And finally, I'll go over the accumulated surplus. This is at the bottom of the statement of financial position, the bottom of the statement of operations, and described more in note 16. And it's important to note that the accumulated surplus is not $349 million of cash in the bank. The accumulated surplus mainly consists of those tangible capital assets that I was just referring to, and the $288 million that we see in front of you here is actually net of the long-term debt used to finance those capital asset additions. So the majority of the town's accumulated surplus exists in the assets that it owns to provide services to residents. 18 million is invested in the GeoSands shares that I referred to earlier, and then $42 million in reserves and reserve funds. We do see a net decrease in that reserves and reserve funds, but despite this, the total accumulated surplus has increased by $21 million. And what that indicates to me is that while the reserves are being used, they're being reinvested in the town and in the form of tangible capital assets. In terms of reserves, the financial indicator one financial indicator is whether there are enough reserves to cover a year of operating expenses, and the town has could cover them 5 times over, is what this is indicating to us. But of course, reserves are more complicated than that, in that they're set aside for different purposes. The town has specifically set aside 16%, or set aside enough reserves to cover 16% of annual operating expenditures, so right in line with that 20% indicator, and then there are other reserves that it has set aside for itself. This is a further breakdown of those reserves, and again, you will note that the total reserves and reserve funds have decreased by $6.3 million, and that does tie back to that note 20 that I referred to earlier, and it ties to Mrs. Lee's staff report as well. And the main area that reserves have been utilized is the acquisition of tangible capital assets in the water and wastewater reserves, and the main use is to fund the arena and library, the cash payments of that, and as Ms. Lee will explain in her staff report, does explain that is a temporary use of reserves until long-term debt is used, instead of taking on more debt and at a higher interest with interest rates as they are. Internal reserves are being used in the short term. Those are the highlights of the financial statements that I did want to go over. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Jay, did you have anything to add, Jocelyn?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Yes, I'd like to take this on.
Kevin can probably reach it easier than you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Anstey for his services during the year. He provides us with financial advice, and it's appreciated. As well, to thank his team. They're very professional and helpful to the finance team when we move through the audit each year, so very much appreciated. I also thought it might be worthwhile that I just mention on the $6 million deficit, some of the things that drove that deficit. There was about $4.4 million related to the arena. That's the internal financing that we've talked about that we're using. There was $486,000 used for the replacement of the fire hall, station number 2. We drew on some reserves there that had not been budgeted. We needed more in our from reserves. We also funded 2 local improvement projects. One was for Joanne Crescent, 1.1 million, and another 523,000 for the Mapleside Drive local improvement. So these we drew from the reserves, and there will be loan repayments going back to those reserves over the next few years as residents who are impacted by those local improvements start to pay them back. So those were the major items that we used that additional reserve funds for this year that we typically don't need to use that large of a reserve draw that's unbudgeted. And finally, I'd just like to thank the Treasury staff for all of their commitment and their work and making the department a terrific place to work. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Members of council, questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Increase the gap cost, thank you, of our total reserves to requirements over the next 20 years. Obviously, some of that money went to expenses that were already anticipated, but we do measure the ongoing gap cost. Is that correct? Or the gap between what our requirement will be in reserves going forward?
Through your worship, I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear on what you're asking. So the temporary financing that we're using from reserves for the arena, is that what you're referring to?
In past updates, we have always indicated that our current reserves or growing of reserves have to be increased to ensure that we're closing the gap between necessary capital investments over the next 20 years. I'm just wondering if, even though there was a $6 million reduction, some of those are going to the anticipated repairs. So has the gap increased in the last year, or are we continuing to close the gap?
Through your worship, thank you for the clarity. We are, I would say, have not closed the gap. We still have a lot of requirement within that regard. We're maintaining the level that we have been at, but we still need to contribute more to what is going to be required in future years for capital management. And that is, sorry if I may add, that is a focus of when we are implementing our new asset management software. Part of this financial forecasting and what that gap is and how we finance that will come as a result of that focus when we start to look at the longer term picture a little more closely.
Thank you. All right, other questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none, I want to touch on the business park lands in note 10 and get a clear understanding for members of the public and council on these lands. These lands are no longer part of the municipality's lands. They have been sold. And there's some confusion that there's a value of $1 applied to those lands, and I'm hoping that you can explain that better so we can understand it better.
Yes, Your Worship. So from an accounting perspective, our understanding of the agreement that occurred in 2006 is the lands were essentially sold at that point, but held on title. So from an accounting perspective, they no longer had a future value to the town, so they had been written down to a $1 value. So that is where the $1 that you see on the statement of financial position comes from.
So if they were, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. So if they're no longer an asset of the town because they had been sold, yet they still remained on the town's books at a value of $1, how do you own something and not own something?
So, Your Worship, again, my understanding was that while the agreement had occurred that time, so any proceeds would have been recorded back when the agreement occurred, which was in 2006. So at that time, if the land remained on the town's title, so it was still on the town's asset register, but there's no future value expected from the land because the agreement occurred in 2006, then we wouldn't continue to record a carrying value of the lands on the books. So it was written down to what we call in accounting a nominal amount to show that there was still a legal right to it without any future value expected from those lands.
All right, thank you very much, Jay. And just for council's clarity, I asked this question because these are lands that were sold or were turned over or transferred recently from the town of Wasaga Beach to the local developer at a value of, I believe, the value put on that was $1.3 million, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jay or Jocelyn, when in fact these lands were appraised currently at $8 to $10 million and probably have a value of much more than that. So I know that the question has come up from members of the public. The question has been asked by some members of council, and so in the interest of public transparency, I think it's important that we're clear on that and we note that. So something that we'll need to understand better, but thought I should make sure that that's brought to the attention of the ratepayers today. All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Jay, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Appreciate all the hard work you do. And to Jocelyn and your staff, absolutely couldn't agree more that your staff, like the rest of the staff in this community, work extremely hard for our taxpayers, and a phenomenal job again this year. So thank you so much. All right. I do have a resolution resolved that the contents, that the report titled Recommendations Report 2022 Fiscal Results to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting on June 29th, 2023 be received, and that Council approve the 2022 audited financial statements as presented by Baker Tilly SGB LLP. Questions or comments? Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor DeLeo and Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Now moving on to item number 5.2 of presentations, and we have one more today, and it's from Geosands Inc. And we have the CEO, Mr. Brandon Weiss, and I think I don't see John. Mr. Wurzma's not with us, maybe? He's with us online. All right, well, welcome, John. And we have Ashley Karamatic. Did I get that right, Ashley? All right, Ashley is the finance officer for Geosands and Wasaga Distribution. So welcome, another hard-working group, and the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, Mayor Smith, Deputy Mayor Snell, and members of council. I hope you can hear me and you can see me. Is that correct? Wonderful, because I'm on vacation and I'm a distance away. So this morning, what we'd like to do is go through the agenda. I believe there's a copy that you have of the agenda. First of all, to convene the annual shareholders meeting, which is a duty that we have. And then I'll make some remarks, and then we'll have remarks from Brandon on the operations and from Ashley on the audited financial statements, and then Brandon will again talk about the business plan, and then we have an opportunity for other business. Now, there are some resolutions that are listed as well on the agenda. I understand that council has dealt with all the resolutions with the exception of the board appointments, and that those resolutions are deemed approved, and that the board appointment resolutions will be dealt with under section 10 of the agenda. Is that correct?
That is correct,
And-
John, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, then I will proceed with the presentation. First of all, I'd like to draw council's attention to the structure of Geosands. Geosands and the subsidiaries are incorporated under the Ontario Business Corporations Act. Municipally owned utilities represent 53 of the 58 licensed electrical distributors in Ontario. And we're also covered under an we're operating under a shareholders agreement bylaw number 2019-35, which was passed the 30th of April 2019. Geosands encompasses three companies. Wasaga Distribution Inc., which is the regulated distribution company. It's regulated by the Ontario Energy Board, the Ontario Energy Board Act. And then there's Wasaga Resource Services Inc., which is a company that provides services to Wasaga Distribution Inc. So all the line persons, the staff that you see, they all work for Wasaga Resource Services Inc. And then there's a third company, which is Genco Inc. It was set up some time ago, and the thought was that there might be some business undertakings under that company, but it's been dormant for a long time, and we will be talking to council and staff about whether to continue the company or whether to fold it up. So next then on the slides. We've always believed on the board that it's important to deliver on our commitment to the town. And our commitment consists of a number of items. First of all, stable revenue and a predictable return on the investment. You've heard earlier already that there is a sizable investment that the municipality has in Geosands, and so we strive to provide stable revenue and good return. The second is to provide the capacity to provide exceptional service to our customers. We take that very seriously, and we rate quite highly, as you'll see later on. The third one is rate stability for our electrical customers. Fourthly, investing to meet the town's growth profile. And then lastly, building a staff that's has a capacity to be resilient and competent in dealing with the issues that we face in the future. We can have the next slide. This is a picture of comparing 2022 to 2021, the net income. The first dark bar that you see, that's Wasaga Resource Services Inc. Its net income grew from $291,000 to $350,000, which is a healthy growth. And then the second bar down is the Wasaga Distribution Inc. That's the regulated distribution company. Its income grew from $824,000 to $1 million. And then the last one is Geosands. Now, when you look at Geosands, the increase from 2021 to 2022 doesn't appear quite as dramatic, but that's because of a difference in accounting treatment for 2022, where the net income between companies has been eliminated based on a new accounting policy. So if that had been stated for 2021, the same way you would have seen quite an increase as well. And we take the next slide then. What's important, of course, is the dividends to the shareholders, and you see the progression of dividends. for 2022, we're looking at $575,000. That's up from 480 the year before and 305 the year before. So a very nice increase. Incidentally, in 2022, we forecasted 480,000. So we well exceeded what we are able to do in terms of providing a dividend to the town. And the next slide. In terms of the capacity to provide exceptional service, we've been focusing on our senior leadership team. Brandon Weiss, our CEO, has been in this position for a little bit more than a year and has organized a very solid team under him, with Ashley being the charge of finance, and we have a gentleman by Roy Rogers who's in charge of the outside team, and then Nanette Dupuy who's in charge of the engineering. And the whole staff under that group has been empowered and is competent, and they are a solid workforce that can deliver the services that our customers expect. And as you can see, we do put our emphasis on a high satisfaction level. And we have statistics that demonstrate that later on. The next slide. Our distribution rates that are near the rate of inflation, and they're reviewed and approved by the Ontario Energy Board on an annual basis. Next. Our investment strategy is focused on keeping up with the rapid growth of the town. In 2022, we had in 2022, our investment in property, plant, and equipment grew by an incredible 42%, from 9 million to 21.5 million. And that is mostly because of the new subdivisions. Our financing capability for that is, first of all, they're grateful to the town for the promissory note of 3.6 million, which was extended for another year. There's the intercompany financing that we make use of between the two subsidiaries. And one is in surplus and the other one requires cash. We borrow between the companies. There's the short-term credit facilities that we have from our financial institutions that we can rely on. And then we have a favorable long-term financing agreements through Infrastructure Ontario. And then lastly, we have the developer finance infrastructure to reduce the rate impact on our customers. The next slide. So building staff capacity to be resilient, what do we mean by that? Well, our world is changing and nations are weaning away from fossil fuels to combat climate change. And for Ontario, this means moving away from fossil fuel heating, moving to electric vehicles, and building capacity to take advantage of low-priced off-peak energy in terms of battery storage. Our electricity generation has moved away from coal and now move away from gas as well. The electricity generation supply mix will be hydroelectric and nuclear, topped up by wind and solar and biomass. And due to the intermittent nature of wind and solar, electricity storage and management will be part of the toolkit for balancing supply to demand. So much of that balancing of supply to demand has been done at a provincial level. But the introduction of retail customers responding to market needs for electricity is going to change our role significantly, in that we will also have to be able to dispatch power in two directions. moving power from the grid to the customer and moving power from the customer to the grid. And we are now preparing for this new role as a system operator at a local level, which requires a huge amount of training and preparation. We're collaborating with other utilities and the Independent Electricity System Operator and the Ontario Energy Board to be ready for this change. But I believe our staff are resilient and ready to learn these skills sets to accept these new realities. Next slide. That concludes basically my remarks, and I would be happy to answer any questions at the end of the presentation. I would now like to turn it over to Brandon.
Thanks, John, and good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Brandon Weiss. I was appointed as the President and CEO of this utility back in May of 2022, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to lead this organization. 2022 was a good year for us financially. We had a record amount of investment and development, and were able to deliver and declare a record dividend to the town. 2022 was a year of transition. We had 4 retirements, 2 senior leaders retiring, collectively as a group that was over 30 years of combined experience on average per staff member. It's a lot of institutional knowledge that had retired last year. We did have a transition plan, and we were able to have the resources available to make this transition work. Throughout the year and into this year, we have onboarded 7 new staff members out of a team of 23. That was a substantial change for us, and it was a challenge. I am grateful and happy to announce that those staff members have done a great job for us and are providing value to the organization today. The board approved an enterprise risk management program for us. We have continued to build on our governance capacity. We've recently completed a board policy manual. We launched a new website, and I put a focus on strengthening relationships, building partnerships, and collaborating is important to me. And I believe by doing this, we will drive the success of the utility and the sector well into the future. Post-pandemic, we've seen a shift on managing those non-financial risks. So we're putting a focus on our people, we're addressing those cybersecurity vulnerabilities, we're ensuring business continuity, and protecting that sensitive information. We manage critical infrastructure, and we need to ensure the protection of our asset information is secured. We're seeking alignment with our stakeholders, we're understanding their needs, so that we can prioritize where our resources are spent, and we're being creative and looking for solutions when those conflicts arise, and we need to balance those needs. Across the board, the utility does perform well. In 2022, we had an improvement in our reliability performance, and our performance indicates better than industry average performance. 1 hour and 45 minutes was the average total duration of power disruption to our customers in 2022. We can compare that to 5 hours on the provincial average, so we're 1/3 of the provincial average. However, when we do look at our own system performance, we do adjust for factors that are outside of our control. So in 2022, if you may remember, December 23rd, we had a big snowstorm and windstorm that came through town. We removed those because we can't control those outages. So when we do assess our own system performance, adjusted, we're looking at about a half an hour of outages per customer in 2022. Our own internal benchmarks, we do strive for about 1 hour and 15 minutes. So we achieve better performance on our own benchmarks. So since 2020, we've actually had 2 consecutive years of improved reliability. When we're looking at our cost benchmark, there are multiple indices that we are able to benchmark against. We have our service charge by customer class, and we can compare this against the industry. We can look at our operating expenses per customer, our capital expenditures per customers, and we can compare that across the industry, across all the utilities. A standard that we do look at is a total cost performance. So this collectively, it looks at our operating expenses and our capital expenses and an outputs and efficiency ranking, and this is called the PIG report. So the Ontario Energy Board releases this report annually, and Wasaga Distribution has consistently been ranked as one of the most efficient utilities since 2012. Most recently, we're third best in the province, and we're first amongst our neighboring utilities. We do anticipate that a PIG report will be released next month to update the 2022 results. When we're looking at our customer satisfaction survey, we recently completed a customer satisfaction survey in 2023, and this was conducted by Advantis, and we participated with 13 other local distribution companies. 402 random surveys were conducted for our residential and small commercial accounts. We've conducted similar surveys from 2017, 19, and 2021. Our score for 2023 was 81%, which was the same score we achieved in 2021, and it's 2% higher than the average of the utilities that participated. We continue to explore improvements to our customer experience with the aim to maintain and improve upon that index score. In 2023, we're expanding our customer choice. We're now offering ultra-low rates to our customers, and we'll be implementing the Green Buttons data solution later on this year. We continue to hear, and we are aware that affordability and reliability are top priorities to our customers. We want to continue to meet and deliver on those priorities and build on that confidence that the community has in us. Another performance indicator that we always refer to is the distributor scorecard. And this is published every year by the Ontario Energy Board, and it's from the data that we provide to the Ontario Energy Board. Our utility the scorecard tracks and shows comprehensive performance information for each electric utility in Ontario, and it's over a range in time and for a specific year. The scorecard helps to encourage utility to operate effectively and continue to seek ways to improve performance and deliver on value to the customer. In 2022, the utility met and exceeded all of our performance targets. The utility remains committed to providing all its customers with the most reliable service at the least possible cost. Wasaga Distribution achieved a regulated ROE of 10.85% in 2022, and we will be releasing an updated scorecard later on this year. We anticipate that to be at about October 2023, and we'll be publishing that to our website. Lastly, when we're looking at financial growth and financial trends, we're seeing about a 5-year, 20% growth, approximately a 4% annualized growth rate on our distribution other revenues. We expect this trend to continue as the municipality continues to grow. EBITDA, which is your earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, increased in 2022. This provides us with the resources to provide the town with the dividend and an ability to maintain and invest in our system. As we look to rebase and reset our rates, we anticipate returns to be realized and our investments and revenues to continue to grow. Overall, the utility benchmarks favorably to the industry, and our customers continue to have confidence in our ability to meet their needs. We see opportunities for growth, and our focus is shifting to address those long-term needs of the utility to ensure we are well prepared to maintain our system performance and also to support energy transition. I'm going to now pass this on to Ashley to speak to the consolidated financial statements. Thank you.
So over the next few slides, we will provide a high-level overview of the JCAC's 2022 consolidated financial statements. So as mentioned earlier
I'm just going to ask you to bring that mic a little closer.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Is that better?
That's better, thank you.
Thank you. So as mentioned earlier on the corporate structure side, JCAC is the parent or holdco organization of subsidiaries Wasaga Distribution and Wasaga Resources. The consolidated Geosans financial statements present the assets, liabilities, equity, income, and expenses of the three organizations as if they were a single economic entity, eliminating all intercompany transactions. Our annual audits and financial statement presentations are required to meet International Financial Reporting Standards, IFRS. IFRS was introduced with the intent that public companies' financial statements would be consistent, transparent, and easily comparable around the world. We will discuss some of the major components that are important for the council and provide some clarity on the year-over-year changes. Do we change that? Oh. So Geosans and its subsidiaries are primarily a municipality-owned local distribution company, providing services to over 15,000 residential and commercial customers operating in Simcoe County. On average, over the last 5 years, we have seen annual growth in our customer base of 1.8%. In 2022, our customer base grew 2.1%. As Wasaga Beach is predominantly a residential community, 94% of our overall customer base are residential customers. This customer class also generates 80% of our distribution revenue. WDI, our regulated business, makes up 98% of Geosans' total capital assets, which includes poles, wires, and transformers. In turn, WDI also generates approximately 82% of Geosans' consolidated earnings before interest, taxes, and depreciation. The non-regulated business, WRSI, provides operational services to WDI, construction activities, and is also a water heater rental business. So as mentioned, the consolidated statements of Geosans come from the operating businesses of WDI and WRSI. Both organizations are subject to annual interim audits, which test the controls that the organizations have in place. The auditors generally focus on the higher risk areas. In addition, each company has their own separate year-end audit. An unqualified audit opinion was issued from KPMG for all of the three audits, meaning that the financial statements are free from material misstatements. The audit reports were presented and approved by the individual boards on April 27th of 2023. No issues management letters were presented to all entities, and it was indicated that a strong system of controls remain in place. So the audit results are fairly represented in all material aspects. Okay, so here we'll touch on some highlights of the Geosans consolidated balance sheet. As you can see, we had a substantial increase in the total non-current assets. This is largely related to property, plant, and equipment, or like in other words, the capital assets. So WDI completed and energized a new municipal station in 2022. There was also investments and improvements to pole lines throughout the town and substantial investments due to residential and commercial developments such as Sunnydale, Elm, and Ramblewood. Many of these developers contributed capital towards the construction of these assets, which is also why you'll notice that there's a considerable increase in the total liabilities. So although we do not owe any financial obligation for this liability, under IFRS, these contributions are recorded as deferred revenue, representing the organization's obligation to continue to provide customers access to the supply of electricity. It is then amortized to income over the useful life of the related assets. In 2022, developers contributed capital towards the building of the Municipal Station 6, along with Sunnydale, Elm, and Ramblewood developments. Also contained within the total liabilities, it was the acquisition of additional long-term debt to help us fund and sustain the increase in our capital expenditures. And as Jay mentioned earlier, the shareholders' equity increased 735,000 in 2022. So next we have the high-level view of GeoSan's consolidated income statement. So revenue overall is down marginally in 2022 over 2021. While we saw increases to sale of power and the distribution services due to a favorable inflationary rate set by the Ontario Energy Board in our 2022 rates update, our construction revenues decreased year over year. So this is a flow-through amount. It is offset in the expenses other than the related markups. So less work was completed for third parties, non-contested developer work, and streetlights during 2022. So overall, WRSI had an increase in the construction operations expenses and the related revenue during 2022. However, more was related to WDI work than third party and streetlights, which ends up getting eliminated during the consolidation of the GeoSan's statements. So when you actually net the 2021 construction revenues and expenses and compare them to the netted 2022 results, the decrease in the consolidated amount is just over 100,000. Billing and collections had a marginal increase year over year. This was mainly attributed to an increase in the bad debt estimates. An analysis was completed by the Electricity Distributors Association last year to determine the magnitude of the bad debt increases across the provincial utilities. We were on the lower end of these increases compared to the industry as a whole. So due to the above mentioned, we saw an increase to net income after taxes of 340,000 in 2022. So in summary, GeoSan's performed financially sound in 2022. It remained in a solid financial position, and we were able to declare a dividend of 575,000 to the town based on the 2022 results. Does anybody have any questions?
All right, everybody's done?
I'm going to be presenting on the business plan.
All right, did we have any, so you want some questions on the financials prior to that? Anybody have any questions at this time or comments? All right, carry on.
Thank you. So we delivered the business plan in accordance with the shareholder agreement earlier on in the year. In 2020, the 2021 to 2026 strategic plan was approved by the GeoSan's Board of Directors. So our vision is to be a growth-oriented, community-focused organization that is a leader in the Ontario energy sector. In 2023, the utility strategic goals are to operationalize, monitor, and evaluate the effectiveness of our enterprise risk management program. We're going to continue to develop capacity and mature our organization capabilities. We're going to continue to enhance our digital experiences. We've launched the ultra-low rates. We're going to be implementing the green button data standards later on in the year, and we're also looking at implementing a new GIS system with enhanced data analytics capabilities. We're going to be creating a change management plan with clear roles and responsibilities to support future growth, and we're also going to be submitting a cost of service application to reset our rates later on this year. When we're looking at our 2023 to 2025 areas of focus and priorities, we plan to continue investing in systems and technologies that provide better visibility into our systems to support grid modernization and to make the investments needed to maintain a safe and reliable system with long-term considerations to our customers and the shareholders. The shareholder, I apologize. We are adapting to changing customer expectations to customers now who expect information quicker. We will be supporting green initiatives and adapting and pivoting when needed, and understanding those risks and also looking for opportunities. We are looking to better align with our stakeholder priorities to ensure the utilization of our resources, the improved utilization of resources. We're also investing with a lens focused on our long-term needs. Leveraging partnerships and building a culture of innovation while being resilient to those changing needs. We're going to consider climate change and how we manage the business and support the electrification of transportation and heating. We're going to focus on our retention and investing in our people to retain qualified staff and build a culture that allows us to deliver on our strategic initiatives. We are planning and investing with consideration to the impact of our customers. We know there are cost pressures that need to be managed, and the affordability to our ratepayers is top of mind. When we look at our 2023 planning and asset installations, we continue to make investments in both tangible assets and systems to support the municipality's growth, to maintain safety and reliability, and to build capacity and invest in those systems that provide better visibility to support our long-term plans and to make better informed decisions. The utility is undertaking a system impact study, and we're finalizing a 5-year investment plan for the Ontario Energy Board. For 2023, we're going to see about $1.7 million investment in our system renewal. So we're looking at approximately 150 poles, 20 transformers, and roughly 2.5 kilometer replacement of small conductors. We've also allocated about $5 million to support residential commercial growth, and we anticipate about $4 million of that, or 80%, to be developer funded. When we're looking at our borrowing and investment capabilities, for 2023 to 2025, the utility is projecting to invest about $9.4 million in net capital projects, and then we'll be leveraging that with 64% debt. This will support system renewal and development projects, and this increased capital spending will allow us to build the capacity needed to support our plans. We plan to manage our capital structures to be in line with industry average, looking to leverage new investments with 60% debt and 40% equity. As we execute our plans, the availability to acquire funding from external borrowers is necessary. Alternatively, the increased retention of equity may be a desired approach. So I'm going to pass this on to John to discuss other business. Thanks.
You're muted, John, if you can hear me.
I think I'm on now. Is that
You
correct?
are.
Okay. Thanks to Ashley and to Brandon for those presentations. And there's a lot of material that we presented to council this morning. At this time, we're open for any questions that council may have, Mayor Smith, and any discussion on the presentation. And I'll turn it back over to you then.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you, Brandon and Ashley. Questions or comments from council? Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. My question, Brandon, is for you. The federal government has some pretty lofty goals for market share of new car sales by 2035, which would have a lot of people charging their cars at home. So I have a two-pronged question for you. Is there any concern around delivering on that capacity as electrification grows rapidly at that rate, like with that goal specifically? And does that create a business development opportunity for resources when it comes to maybe installing DC fast chargers in people's residences or even in businesses?
Thank you, and through your worship, Councillor White, yes, we are aware of the provincial targets at this moment, and we do understand that there will be an impact to our system. We are actively planning for that adoption. We are following our neighbors, and the industry is really working at this together. I think in our community, depending on our intake or penetration rates, we'll have a lot of lessons learned from other utilities, specifically more of those urban centers. We will be, as we conduct our impact assessment in the next, we're looking at completion within the next few months on that, we'll be able to start utilizing the lessons learned from that study. We're hoping then to start overlaying that with our actual data, actual penetration rates, and we're going to follow a path there and make sure our investment plans are able to manage that potential increase in penetration, knowing that we do have those investments that need to be made to be able to manage that increase in load. I do see an opportunity there that we are actively and will be looking at exploring through the resource company as well. We could look at rental programs on the chargers. We know even customers where internally they're going to have to upgrade their own system, get their panels upgraded, so there is opportunity there for sure. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you, through your worship. A couple of questions. One, if I was seeing this correctly, you spoke about storage as being a future opportunity, but in our current year investments, I didn't see an investment in storage, so I'm assuming that's a little further out.
Through your worship and Councillor Belanger, storage is a potential opportunity right now. For us, we're still relatively a small utility in the province, so when we are seeing procurement of storage right now across the province, we're really seeing larger installations, so we're really not in that space at the moment. As it becomes more commercially available, there could be opportunities there that make it more affordable, and a business case could be justified at that time.
Okay, and again, my expertise is very limited in this, so when we talk about transformers, like my understanding is we just did a major installation to support the Sunnydale subdivision, which is nowhere near its capacity at this point, but that did alleviate pressure on a number of other installations that my understanding were at or above capacity, at least during peak times. So when you talk about transformers in the investment, I believe it identified 20 transformers. Are those, like, there's a difference between a pole transformer and a major installation, I'm assuming?
Through your worship and Councillor Belanger, yes, when we do talk about transformers, and specifically in our investment plan in 2023, we're talking more on the distribution side, the smaller household level transformers. So they're more of they're more of in the subdivisions. They're more they feed the individual houses. We installed a new substation in 2022, which is it feeds 2,000 homes. So it's a much larger transformer that steps down our higher voltage into our distribution level voltage. So when we're adding capacity, we do look at our municipal stations to really drive that capacity to support a larger network of homes. However, when we are looking at just replacements, we are looking at more of those individualized transformers that really feed, those 8 to 10 home kind of range.
So in a follow-up then, where are we in the life expectancy of some of the other substations? And your investment strategy for this year anyhow didn't indicate that there were any of those for major overhaul or replacement. Is that something that is in the 5-year plan?
Through your worship, Councillor Belanger, we recently completed an asset condition study, and through the study, we had no indication that our transformers are in bad shape. We do have a couple of our municipal station transformers that are nearing end of life, and we're going to be monitoring them. I don't have engineering Nanette here with me today to answer that fully, but I don't believe an investment in the near term, in the next 5 years, is necessary on any of our stations, specifically around the replacement of a transformer. But I do anticipate maybe when we're looking 10 years out that we're going to be putting a focus on getting some of those replaced, at least a couple of them. We have 3 or 4 that are relatively new. When you look at transformers, specifically on the municipal stations, they usually go 50+ years, so they do have a long life expectancy. And we've been growing quite rapidly, and we've had 3 stations three stations installed within the last 15 years. So it's a plan we're aware of that we need to make sure, especially on our larger assets, looking at when we look at our investment plans. But in the near term, I don't anticipate any significant investments made.
Thank you. That's good news. And just my last question is, we recently went to the Rhodes Conference, and went to a breakout session where some of the EV charging stations in Toronto are being run off telephone poles, which they indicated that's a more cost-effective way than what we normally see in EV stations that are being constructed separately. Is there any consideration for moving forward that, because I think there's some probably pretty good locations in town for that kind of opportunity if it is at lower cost, but.
Through your worship and Councillor Belanger, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure what you mean by running it off of telephone poles. But, when you look at some of the, urban centers, a lot of their systems may be underground, so maybe I can see the benefit there if they don't have the network above ground that they can potentially connect in through an overhead system. We have access to our network to connect through, and most of the telephone communication does run through our pole lines anyway, so I don't foresee that to be a concern from an installation standpoint.
Again, just in follow-up, my understanding is they were, a lot of the telephone poles were adjacent parking spaces, so they would just mark that parking spaces and were able to run a charging system directly off the network of power that already was in existence. Whereas we tend to build these freestanding AV stations, obviously connected to power, but not as close as the closest telephone pole, I guess.
Through your worship, yeah, I think I understand. And I think when you do look at installation, especially if you're looking at chaining those EVs together, building an overhead system does provide financial benefit that is potentially cost savings there instead of having to build a system underground. So,
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's nice to learn more about our utility. I just wanted to make a comment first. Your report's very timely. I was chatting with a resident yesterday, and older gentleman, and he brought up the utility and just spoke to the great level of customer service and how safe he feels in trusting the reliability of the service. So I definitely think your team is achieving your goals in terms of your customer satisfaction. During the financial report, you mentioned that you you reduced your operating expenses by $600,000 this year, it looked like. How was that achieved? I'm curious. That's a great accomplishment.
through your worship, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. We had some staff costs. We had some retirements that had come off, but the big driving force when we do have savings from our operating expenses, we had a lot of capital investments that were made, and we had a lot of resources that needed to be allocated to support those capital investments. So they got captured in some of those overhead allocations that would have driven down those costs.
Other members of council with comments or questions? Seeing none, I do have a couple, and I have to point out that if I didn't know better, Mr. Chair, I'm speaking to John, I'd say you're either in a motorhome or a boat, so congratulations, and I hope you're having a great time.
I'll tell you the truth. I am just outside Jasper in a motorhome, and I'm just so grateful that this is working this morning, because I was concerned about it. I wanted to be present at the council meeting to present or to do the annual shareholder meeting, and it worked well. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and thanks to council for hearing from us.
Well, we're glad that you took the extra steps to be here. Just a couple of things, Brandon, before we finish up here. We talked about, in the financial statements, you use EBITDA, and I struggle with EBITDA, because I always look at depreciation to say that is the expense that you pay up front, and you don't get anything back for it. So I'd just like to see, as we move forward, is that perhaps we could have it both ways there, so is that we get maybe a little clearer understanding. But I have one of the same questions basically as Councillor Belanger. As we look to move forward, we know that our system was overtaxed between 5 and 25%, depending on the station before, and we added the new station in Sunnydale Trails. So where does that put us overall for the information for the taxpayer and the shareholder here with respect to our system and, you know, especially in peak times where we're at on a percentage basis?
Our system is in good shape. With the addition of the Sunnydale station, we have built-in redundancies on that end of town. We are noticing, and through the impact assessment study that we're undertaking right now, specifically in the east end of town and the beachfront, that we're going to have to address potential capacity constraints in those areas. But from an overall system perspective, we do have capacity at this moment. I think, you know, we peak maybe last year at 38 megawatts, and we have capacity of over 50 right now. So it's not a huge concern to manage the existing load, but as we continue to grow, we can see constraints happening. And to that, as we continue to see the penetration of electrification, so vehicles and heat pumps coming onto the system, we're really going to have to be aware, and we're going to have to manage those impacts as we move forward. And we believe with the impact assessment study coming online, it's going to give us a good start to start managing and monitoring that to ensure that we have the capacity and the availability to manage that change.
All right, thank you very much, and I appreciate that clear response, because it's important that the good folks of Wasaga Beach understand that what we're going to be facing as we move forward. I just want to talk briefly about the dividend this year, the largest we've ever seen. I know that back in 2021 it was maybe one of the lowest we've ever seen, but that's certainly correlates with COVID, where things slowed down and then really picked up. And I want to congratulate you and your staff, but specifically in this case, the boots on the ground staff that are out there digging the holes and putting in the poles and the lines and getting those services into those new neighborhoods. No doubt that the WRSI gentlemen, I say gentlemen because I don't think we have any ladies on the team yet, but I'm sure it will come, worked their tails off and did a phenomenal job, and so kudos to them. I also want to point out that although I'm back new to this for the last 7 months, I do have to say that I am extremely impressed with your leadership, Brendan, and certainly the leadership of the chair, Mr. Wiersma. I'm proud to say I appointed Mr. Wiersma back in my last term, and it was a no-brainer for me. For those of you who don't know, John, he's been around in the distribution business a long time, but he's responsible for creating WDI from its inception and helped put that all together in the first place from what was at that time Wasaga Hydro. So John, thank you for your leadership. Truly appreciate that as well. And to the rest of the staff that are indoors doing the hard works. People like Ashley, they're counting beans every day, making sure that we're making sure our customers are looked after well. Congratulations and thank you to your hard efforts, and we truly appreciate it. So no doubt we're in good shape. There's no doubt we're going to have some challenges as we move forward, but clearly from today, Council, you can see that Brandon and his team and the board are open-minded, prepared, and looking at us as we move forward to ensure we're in good shape. So thank you so much for your presentation, and keep up the great work. All right, we do have a resolution for this. The Joint Committee of the Whole and Council received a presentation from Geosands Inc. for information, and further that, Council approved the Geosands Inc. 2022 audited financial statements. Questions or comments? A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Belanger and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 6, government relations. I do understand that we don't have a report, but our Director of Communications and Intergovernmental Affairs, Sandra Watts, is going to speak to us on this. So Sandra, welcome. Great to see your smiling face. And the floor is yours.
There we go. Thank you, Your Worship, members of Council. Just a very brief update, just based on a provincial announcement last week on the funding for the Wasaga Beach, the new Wasaga Beach Public School. On June 22nd, as you know, the provincial government did announce that a green light was given to the Simcoe County District School Board to give them the ability to move forward, award a tender to begin construction on the new public school for Wasaga Beach. Also happy to report that staff did coordinate with our local MPP's office on the communications for that, and that a quote from the mayor on behalf of council was included in the provincial news release. We also issued our own, and we received some very positive media coverage, print, radio, TV, broadcast, and digital. Of course, some of that media coverage did expectedly turn and pivot to talk about the high school, the status of a high school, and some of the actions that are being taken to advocate for a high school for the town of Wasaga Beach, which we did also respond to. Recently, also on Tuesday, staff helped to submit a motion to County Council in support of a high school for Wasaga Beach. This motion was passed successfully, and the county will be sending a letter of support to Minister Lecce's office, the Minister of Education for the province of Ontario. Over the past week, we have received additional positive media coverage with CTV, Simcoe.com, Barrie Today, as well as Peak FM. And we understand how all the work that we do as staff to advocate for high school for our community supports Council's priority to build a complete community, and we will continue to work towards that. The final update for today is just that staff have already submitted various requests for delegations at August's AMO conference, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and of course, a meeting with the Minister of Education. And the Ministry of Education is one of those delegation requests. So we will continue to work towards that and to preparing for that August AMO conference. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Sandra, any questions or comments for Sandra? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Sandra.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a long day today, and so we're at the point in the meeting where we would move into Committee of the Whole. But before we do that, we're going to take a 10-minute break so we can come back and keep rolling. So we'll take 10 minutes. I'd ask that everybody be back by 11:40, please. Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everybody. It was a sweet little break, and we'll now move into the next portion of our JCAC meeting, and we'll move into Committee of the Whole, and I will pass the chair to Councillor DeLeo. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will now review the Community Services Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. All items listed below will be approved by one resolution. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests it, in which case the item will be removed from the consent list and considered under the appropriate business unit. Moving on, 7.1.1, Fire Department Monthly Report. We now have Deputy Fire Chief Bell to speak to that report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my privilege to present Mayor and Council with our update from May of 2023. May included 172 calls for service, which included 2 reported fires, 6 motor vehicle collisions, 12 fire alarm activations, 3 requests for assistance, 15 public hazards and rescues, and 134 medical calls. Our crews were incredibly busy conducting 95 fire safety inspections, which is up greatly due to everyone getting ready for the summer season. We had 5 hours of community outreach programming, 9.5 hours of training, and we distributed 25 social media messages. The first week of May was Emergency Preparedness Week, and Chief Williams was on the local radio station 97.7 The Max speaking about that. Recently, the fire hall has been receiving numerous calls from residents concerned about the haze and smell of smoke in the air from the fires in Northern Ontario and Quebec. Staff are closely monitoring the situation while coordinating with neighboring municipalities in regards to the air quality concerns as well as our fire danger rating. We expect the air quality to improve throughout today and tomorrow, which should remain in a good state throughout the long weekend. Finally, as we are coming up to another long weekend, it's a good time to remind residents and visitors that National Drowning Prevention Week is the week of July 17th to 23rd. Please remember to closely monitor friends and family in the water, especially those who may not be strong swimmers. Please wear a life jacket if you yourself are not a strong swimmer or on any watercraft. Everyone is reminded to wear bright colored swimwear and to avoid the serious undertow at the mouth of the river leading out into the bay. Let's make this a safe summer in and on the water for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Fire Chief. Any questions for the Fire Chief? No? Okay. Seeing none, I will pass the motion. Resolved that Community Services section of Coordinated Committee received the May 2023 Fire Department report for information. May I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Mayor Smith. All in favor? Passed unanimously. I am aware that the following items have been pulled from the consent agenda for separate consideration and vote. They were pulled by Councillor Ego and Councillor Belanger for 7.1.4, 7.1.7 pulled by Councillor Belanger, 7.1.8 pulled by Councillor Ego, and then 7.1.3, Councillor Ego would like to make a comment. I will now pass the consent recommendation. Resolved that the Community Services section of Committee of the Whole hereby received the June 29, 2023 consent list item 7.1 and all that the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. May I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Okay. I will now move to 7.1.3 to Councillor Eagle for comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is just a quick little comment on the event at the Recplex last Thursday by the age-friendly community, their committee, and especially a big shout out to the new chair, Jeff Burke, who's the new chair of it, a brand new committee, and it was an outstanding success. It's building on past years, but there were a record, I believe, over 600 attendees from our town and 77 vendors, a sellout with a waiting list for next year. So I think big shout outs have to go to all involved, a new chair, new committee, town staff, the hands-on at the Recplex were bending over backwards to help us out. And on top of that, the business community donated over $2,000 worth of product and resources to that, which we were able to bundle up into gifts for over 12 free draw prizes. So the seniors and anyone attended, and then from that we received great feedback back from the attendees on suggestions for next year, which is always nice. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our youth grill team. They put out a great barbecue, so that's where, and they were able then to make money on their efforts there, so it worked well for all of the town. So thank you, everyone involved and the community. It was well received. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Eagle. I will now move the motion. The Joint Committee of the Whole and Council receives the Okay, I will now move to the first pulled item, which is item 7.1.4. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's very important to mention, along with everything else that Councillor Eagle has talked about, that I had the distinct honor and privilege on this day to present one of our seniors, Miss Christina Armstrong, with the provincial award, Senior of the Year, which I can't tell you how well that award is deserved. Christina, of course, is the manager of the Ministerial Food Bank here in Wasaga Beach. She's a senior who is retired, has a great sense of humor, but most importantly has a great love and care for our community and those who are less fortunate within the community. So again, it was a distinct honor and privilege to present her with that award, and I think it's important that we mention that today, that she did receive that award, and thank her for all her efforts and hard work in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any other comments? No? Okay. I will now move to the first pulled item, which is item 7.1.4, pulled by Councillor Belanger and Councillor Eagle. We'll first go to Councillor Belanger. No? Okay, Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm going to pass this on to our CEO of the library, Pam Powell. In reading through the report, we had a brief conversation, and I think that there was some clarification related to staff coverage, and so I'll let you speak to that.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Belanger. I just want to verify that during the library operation of the new library, we will ensure that we have a minimum of 3 library assistants on it at any given time. We have 2 service desks, so we will have an individual at each of those desks, as well as a floater providing service. And then evenings and weekends, we will also have a junior library aide on hand to assist with the collection management. So at any given time, we will not be relying on junior people to manage this busy facility. We will have ample, as well as our senior team will also be doing day, night, and weekend shifts as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I will now pass the chair to Councillor Eagle.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm referring to this report on the pay scale, and I thought maybe it's a good chance, and Chris, I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to talk to you on this. This has really just come up in my mind, and that's regarding the, sorry, I'm wrong. It is to Pam, sorry, to the bookmobile and the levels of pay scale for the operation of that service. And what I'm wondering about, as we discuss this senior aid position conversions, I want to be sure that the bookmobile does not get left out of this equation and its needs. And at the present time, I believe it calls on, mainly seniors, which is great, the locations it goes to. But I'm really concerned about the children of town, and would love to see if it could be expanded into, say, something like the Elm development. I believe there are over 335 homes there now and 135 on the books. So with speaking and looking at the planning of the town, I realize there has to be a safe and appropriate spot for the bookmobile to travel to. And, but I would like it, if you could look into that for the bookmobile, to be able to go right into the communities where the kids are. I did happen to canvass there around dinner time, and it's loaded with young children. And I relate back to growing up, and the bookmobile arriving in your community is huge. And I think in particular, that is one community that I would love to see you take a look at, and that it could be included when you're looking at all the pay scales, and then no extra cost, that it could just go into there. So that's my comment on it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Eagle. Any other comments? No? Okay. I will now read the motion. That the report titled Recommendation Report Senior 8 Position Conversion to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of June 29, 2023 be received for information. May I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Passed unanimously. I will now move to the next pulled item, which is 7.1.7 to Councillor Belanger. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. I had brought up prior the request that we have a sort of a summary or understanding of all of the major contributors to the budget. So, you know, we had reduced by 3,000 square feet. We had removed some insulation. We had done these things, and then, you know, we had to put a different material on the roof. That was a substantial cost. We added some storage in the back area. And now, through another extension, we're adding about $265,000 in cost to the library arena. I understand it indicates that it's still within contingency. But with that said, I failed in my mind to, and I will preface that I did not support the original approval of this contract, but a delay due to a strike or a delay because of supply of materials does not necessarily substantially increase the work required to be done by an architectural firm or the other firm involved. And it concerns me that when we do this pro rata cost per month, that it's potentially a bit of a windfall under the contract for these suppliers. It just, I don't think there's a direct relationship between a month extension and the level of work, additional work that has to be done by these firms. So I said this before, I would really like the reassurance that if we say we're still on $60 million, that we really know what that looks like, that we know that it covers every stick of furniture, everything that's going into that facility, and that every dollar raised in sponsorships and donations is going to come off the $60 million and not be included to pay for anything additional to the $60 million. And I think this is my second similar request. I'm not expecting that to be available today, but I think it's something that council would like to see in the future. Thank you.
Mayor Smith?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I absolutely concur with Councillor Belanger. I struggle with this a great deal. At the end of the day, the project is delayed because of materials, because of labor, because of whatever. When I look at the firms that we're talking about here to the tune of $265,000, you're going to be hard-pressed to convince me that they're doing any more work. They will do the inspections when the inspections are required to be done, and whether that was last month or whether it's 2 months from now for a delay, they're still doing that one inspection when they're called to come in and do it. You know, so what's happened here is we prolonged the amount of time, obviously, that the project has taken, but I just cannot believe for the life of me, there's $265,000 more in expenses here. And I want to be clear that this council is tied to this contract, and we'll honor this contract. But, in future, I would caution council when we're looking at any contracts that when these types of conditions or asks are there, that we seriously consider what it is that we're agreeing to. In my opinion, when you are paying these firms for delays, that leaves absolutely no incentive for our project manager or our consultants to get the job done on time, because they know that they'll be rewarded very well if it isn't. And that does not work in the best interest of the taxpayer of Wasaga Beach, in my opinion. And I also struggle when I hear about overruns that are built into the contingency. Well, I understand that there's a contingency there, but that doesn't mean we have to spend it. And anything we save in that contingency is a savings to the taxpayer. I would much rather say we saved $5 million in contingency, and therefore we were under budget, than we spent it all and we're on budget. So those are my comments, Madam Chair, but I just want to reiterate this is very concerning to me as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Chris, now I can have a chat here. So firstly, I want it really clear on the mini-stick arena that I strongly support it. I think they're a great, aren't we onto that, onto the mini-sticks? Isn't that in there? It's separate. Okay.
My bad. My bad. Okay. I will now pass the motion, sorry. Okay. So, Councillor White?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just really wanted to emphasize the mayor's remarks here and how important this is. You know, when you look at these contracts and you look at incentives in contracts, and not to say that extensions and costs for extensions are necessarily an incentive, but usually when you want to build in some sort of financial extras into a contract, it's to get it done on time or ahead of schedule. So to have somebody being relatively incentivized to be off schedule at the cost of the taxpayer just does seem a little bit counterproductive, I would hope. And I know that this is the way we've always done things as far as government goes, but I think in the future, you know, maybe looking at ways of taking this money and rather than paying to delay, maybe pay to have it done ahead of time. That's my comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor White. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Councillor Tim.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Chris Roos, is there an opportunity to have an alternative way to engage the consultants without being in a contract like this? Can we save money, Chris?
Certainly, the costs that are presented today were negotiated with both of the consultant groups, the project managers and the architects. I will reassure Council that back in 2019, both of these groups were questioned, grilled, discussed, negotiated, and to lock out timing from their contracts was impossible. They would not get into business with us if we did not give them some element of extension privilege. The 2 months that we did get from MJMA was a significant portion, if you think about their monthly, but we did attempt, and we did our best, and I want Council to understand that this is status quo for consultants. They work on our behalf. They control the building of our building, but they do not set the schedule and therefore would not commit their own time towards our project without some payment. So certainly it was understood at the time that the contracts were signed, but it was not an option that was on the table when we negotiated these contracts. So I just give you that the general contractor is the one who is setting the schedule and creating these costs for us.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Oh, Jocelyn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps I could just respond to Councillor Belanger's first question that the CSG group will be getting an update shortly of the cost tracking. The staff regularly have monthly reviews of the cost tracking, so we know where the project is at. Then we bring the details forward to the CSG, give them more of an update of it, and then just a very high-level update can come to council because it can be quite detailed. But we do manage the cost tracking of the project, and at this time, we are comfortable with being within the project budget. I can bring forward an update to council in late August of where we are, because I think we have 2 meetings in August, so up to the second meeting, I could bring forward an update at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Any other comments? Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my apologies for raising my hand again, but I want to be clear. I'm not pointing at staff here. Staff are following direction. This is not a staffing issue. And I fully understand that perhaps the consultants were not prepared back when to negotiate if they weren't going to be paid for going over in the amount of time it takes to build this. My answer to that would be, okay, well, if I'm going to pay you because you go over, then perhaps there should be an incentive to me if you go over, and I'll incent you if you end early. Again, there's absolute, when we look at these types of agreements, there is no incentive in any way, shape, or form for the consultants to move this project along. As a matter of fact, I would say it's the exact opposite. It's an incentive to delay. And again, I do not believe they do any more work to do this. It's a matter of waiting another month for the phone to ring to say, come and inspect it, or we're done, or we're at substantial completion. So I completely understand that perhaps they didn't want to negotiate that. My answer to that would be, I guess, then you don't want to do business with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Any other comments or questions? No? Okay. I will now pass the motion. That the report titled Recommendation Report, Consultant Contract Extensions for Collier's Project Leaders and MJMA Architects to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of June 29, 2023 be received, and that Council approve an amendment to the contract with Collier's Project Leaders, increasing their total fees by $62,690 plus HST based on the extension of the Twin Pad Arena and Library project from a July 24, 2023 to a completion date to November 30th, 2023. And that Council approve an amendment to the contract with McLennan, John Kelns, Milner Architects, increasing their total fees by $202,500 plus HST based on a mid-November total completion date for the Twin Pad Arena and Library project. May I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? All in favor? Passed unanimously. Okay. Yeah? Okay. Okay, moving on to the next pulled item, 7.1.8, to Councillor Ego. Councillor Ego?
Well, thank you. All right, here we are, Chris. So I would firstly like to say that I'm in clear support of the mini stick rink in the arena. I think they're a great item. In addition to any hockey rink, they make little kids busy when their parents are trying to watch a game. What I'm greatly having issue with is, but before that, I want to thank the Wasaga Beach Minor Hockey League for their generous donation of the $25,000. But what I am having difficulty with is justifying the branding for over 20 years. That seems like a long time to me. A maximum to me would be 10 years, would be a generous one to have the branding for 10 years. And because we're talking about money here, we need to generate income for this facility. So I could see that after 10 years, it goes out to tender again. But, maybe this is consistent with your branding. I haven't checked, every word in your, in the RFPs or whatever for the branding of such things. Maybe it's consistent, maybe it isn't. So I would appreciate it being looked at, explained to us, but that's my feelings that 10 years would be ample.
Certainly, through the chair to Councillor Ego, correct. So I think our terminology is sponsorship or naming rights. So you're right that the 20-year term is being discussed for approval now for this mini stick rink. So I think there's close to 30, high 20s on nameable assets. Assets was the term in the fundraising campaign throughout the Twin Pad Library facility. And I would guess we're over 20 today, but the building got a 25-year term. There were two $80,000 plus gifts that got 20-year terms, and the vast majority are 15. So the bulk of the rooms throughout the building, the standard terms were 15. And this was a discussion with minor hockey. They thought $30,000 for 30 years might work, and we negotiated that 20 was probably a little bit of a compromise over the typical 15. And council should understand that this mini stick rink is an asset that hasn't been approved, and that comes part and parcel with today's discussion, that we did say we would accept naming right monies for the elevator, all of the different change rooms, a number of elements in the library, et cetera, but we didn't ever name this one other piece. And it is a formidable feature, but as council knows, the cost of the actual unit is give or take the same amount as the donation, and there are certainly excitement in the kids who might use that there from the minor hockey rink. But 20 is what has been negotiated, and staff felt that that was fair. It was a little bit of a step up from the typical change room was a $10,000 gift, and they got a 15-year term. So am I correct on that? I looked at, yeah, 15 years was the change rooms for 10,000, so we escalated a little bit with a $25,000 gift.
Thank you, Chris. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question now, having just heard what you said, is so this wasn't originally part of the budget for the arena.
Well, the mini stick rink is considered a furnishing. So I'm certain we've talked about this a few times through budget, et cetera, but if you took a building and shook it upside down, everything that falls out is considered furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And we do have a portion of our budget dedicated to furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and this mini stick rink falls into that pile. So yes, it was budgeted for. The piece that wasn't established at the time that this was budgeted was that a group may come forward and try to sponsor it, and that's why we've come back to add one more asset to our fundraising campaign list.
Thank you, that's great. So it'll actually be not just a wash, it's money coming in to support the build. I do want to say that I think it's a wonderful addition that the kids are going to be doing this kind of playing in the lobby anyway, so it's a way to kind of contain them. And I did check with Director Roos and found out that it is a piece that can be moved, although it's complicated, but if there's ever a large function happening in the lobby, that it can be relocated, and you mentioned even outside. So I really support this idea. I think it's a great piece for us.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Any other comments? No? Okay, I will now pass the motion. The report titled Recommendation Report, Twin Pad Arena and Library Major Gift Proposal, Mini Stick Rink, to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of June 29, 2023 be received. That the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council authorizes staff to establish the mini stick rink as an additional asset in the capital fundraising campaign to secure a naming right sponsorship of $25,000. That the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the donation agreement appended to this report as Schedule D for the naming rights of the Twin Pad Arena and Library, TPL, mini stick rink to the Wasaga Beach Minor Hockey Association as outlined in this report, and that a bylaw authorizing the agreement be brought forward. May I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Timms, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Oh, you didn't? I'm sorry. Okay. All not in favor. Okay. Madam Clerk, You got that? Thank you. Okay. This concludes the Community Services Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. I will now pass the chair to Councillor Timms for Public Works section.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. I will now review the Public Works Business Unit of the Committee of the Whole. I am aware that the following items have been pulled from the consent agenda and will be discussed and voted on separately. 7.2.2, Zancor Ramblewood Park Development, pulled by Councillor Ego. 7.2.4, the Capital Works Project Status, pulled by Councillor Ego. 7.2.7, River Resources Minutes, pulled by Councillor Belanger and Councillor White. I will now read the motion to approve the consent agenda and ask for a mover and a seconder. Resolved that the Public Works section of the Committee of the Whole hereby receive the June 29, 2023 consent list item 7.2, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding items 7.2.2, 7.2.4, and 7.2.7, which have been pulled from the motion and will be voted on separately. May I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? Passed. Thank you. I will now move to the first report, pulled 7.2.2, Zancor Ramblewood Park Development, pulled by Councillor Ego, who will speak to this item. Councillor Ego.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I am pleased to see the proposals for the community parks moving forward, as there's been a shortage of them throughout town, and this aligns with our council priorities. It's been great to have some conversations with the Director of Public Works, Kevin Lalonde, and about how the traditional playgrounds are evolving into more natural playgrounds, types of settings, and that the staff are working alongside playground designers, working towards this new move in playground equipment. It's pretty exciting, actually. For instance, the neighborhood located between Riverdale and Glen Eaton, it's a beautiful little spot in the community with trees and more natural equipment. It's a really added asset over there. So I think it's important to note that in this report that the community outreach and neighborhood engagement will begin as soon as possible, and that on the design elements for the Ramblewood location, and thus giving the families and children some say in what's happening in their neighborhood. I think it's great work towards a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ego. Are there any other comments or questions from council? Seeing none, I will move on to the resolution. That the report titled Recommendation Report, Contract Number PW2023-11, Zancor Ramblewood Drive Park Development, to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of June 29, 2023, be received, and that contract number PW2023-11 for the landscape architectural consultant services for Zancor Ramblewood Park Development be awarded to Henry Corticas and Associates, also known as HKA, for the prices stipulated in their proposal. May I have a mover, please? Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to the second report, 7.2.4, the Capital Works Project Status, also pulled by Councillor Ego, who will speak to this item. Councillor.
Thank you, Madam. This is really just the same vein as the parks, and so many people in particular have been asking about sidewalks. So when you read through this full report, you'll see of all the great incentives and that are being initiated now to make the communities more safe, walkable, another big priority. So thank you.
Any further questions or comments from council? Seeing none, I'll move to the motion. That the report titled Engineers Capital Work Project Status Report to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of June 29, 2023 be received. May I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Mayor Smith. All in favor? The motion is carried. Moving on to the final report, 7.2.7, the River Resources Committee minutes of August 30th, 2022 and May 2nd, 2023, pulled by Councillor Belanger and Councillor White. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you, through Councillor Timms. Currently, council is awaiting a report back from staff related to the speed on the river. And I wanted to point out in the minutes of this report, the OPP made some comments. This is from the minutes of August 30th, 2022. The OPP constable noted that the public in town needs to strongly consider the need for safety versus the convenience of traveling at the current posted speed limit. Given the various users of the waterway, OPP are not on every shift enforcing the best that they can under this place. There is a potential for detrimental accidents to occur on the river. So I just wanted that to be fresh in everyone's mind as they proceed and before presenting council their report, if they have not already been in discussion with OPP. Thank you.
Councillor White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to the River Resources Committee, I know that there is a long-standing, unresolved piece of business in this committee, and I just really wanted to get this on the public record so people could understand what's going on. There was a deputation in the previous term of council regarding the speed limits on the river, and that was to be looked at by the River Resources Committee, and they would make a recommendation to council based on their findings. That work was not completed in the last term of council, and it has been brought forward into this term with this term of the committee. So the committee has identified and reviewed the deputation not only by the JCAC operator, but also the notes as mentioned from back in August, I think that was 2022, that Councillor Belanger had mentioned. So this file most certainly is not dead, and the issue is definitely still top of mind for the River Resources Committee to recommend to council the changes. But it's not as simple as you would think, as just to gather some information and some input from various community groups and services like the OPP and whatnot that manage the river. There is a significant study that does need to be done in order for the town to make a recommendation to change the speed limit on the river. So we will diligently work through that. I know that there is some stuff coming up on the River Resources Committee for us to examine elements of the river and get some of that data put together to answer the study. So that was my piece here to make sure that this is still an ongoing and very complicated issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Are there any other comments? Mayor Smith, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's very discouraging to hear, although I do understand it, that we have to spend money on a study to tell us whether or not it's safe to do 70 kilometers an hour in the Nottawasaga River. 50 is the speed limit, but many do 70. It's mind-boggling to me that we can't just look at what's important, and that's human life. And I have lived on the river. I've boated on the river for many, many years. And I can tell you that the speed on the river is way too fast, in my opinion. There is often people in the river that are water skiing. There are often people in the river swimming. There are often children on rafts in the river or being pulled by a tube behind a boat. And it's not uncommon to see someone come flying by, often and not slowing down. And you just hope and pray to the good Lord that one of these people don't fall or fall off or aren't seen while they're in the river. So I would encourage the River Resource Committee, and we do have a committee that has a lot of knowledgeable people about the river on it. And Councillor White is the council member on that committee. So I do encourage the River Resource Committee to do whatever is necessary, toot sweet, in order to get the speed limit on that river better under control. And while we're at looking at speed, we might as well be looking at no plowing and operation of vessels, because if you go along the river and you look at any property that doesn't have a retaining wall, and even some that do, Nancy Island is the first that comes to mind. The amount of erosion that we're seeing or have seen over the years occur there are occurring either because of higher speeds, which doesn't leave that much of a wake, but the amount of inexperienced boaters that are plowing down the river They'll pay a price probably this summer with the water being so low. They'll find some snowmobiles or tree stumps, but when the water was higher, they certainly don't. And it's something that needs to be looked at, and it has been on the radar of the committee and councils going back even to 14 to 18, I think, even prior to that. So it's time that we, I think, take it very serious and get to work on it and change what we can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. Any further comments, questions? Councillor White?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Mayor. The River Resources Committee, I think, is tasked to look at a recommendation as to what to do about the speed limit, necessarily to actually go through and change it, unless I'm misunderstood as the mandate. Are we okay with that?
If I may, Madam Chair? Yes. Absolutely, I understand that. But
I just wanted to
the River Resource needs to bring a recommendation back to council so as that we can move forward on that. And I'm encouraging them to do that sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments or questions, I will now read the motion that the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council receives the River Resources Committee minutes of August 30th, 2022 and May 2nd, 2023 for information. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Belanger, Mayor Smith. All those in favor? Passed unanimously. This concludes the Public Works section of the Committee of the Whole, and I will now pass the chair to Councillor Belanger for the Development Services section.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. I'll read the consent recommendation for Development Services, but prior to doing that, I will indicate that item 7.3.2, Marwood Subdivision Report, items 7.3.4 and 7.3.5 related to honk parking, 7.36, temporary food truck on Mosley Street, 7.3.7, the noise and nuisance bylaw, and 7.3.8, the car rally report, have been pulled. So the consent recommendation reads, resolve that the Development Service section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the June 29th, 2023 consent list item 7.3, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor Timms, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. I'll now go to item, I'll first ask, is there any comments on any item that has not been pulled? Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not on any items pulled. I think it's just important, if I may, to point out that some of our staff have already left, and that's because they're proud fathers of some graduating students today. Today is commencement for quite a few of our schools, and so that's where they're gone off to get their sons and daughters ready, I'm sure. And so congratulations to all the graduates, both grade 8s, kindergartens, and of course our grade 12 graduates at our high schools. And I'll make that note now as well that Deputy Mayor Snell will be leaving us at 1:30 as we take a break around that time, because she'll be heading off so we can continue our meeting to the high schools to do their commencements. And so we thank Deputy Mayor Snell for that, and again congratulate all of our graduates. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With that, we'll move to the first item pulled, item 7.3.2, which is the Marwood Subdivision Report, and that was pulled by Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just pulled this to make clear that although there may be people that are not happy with these types of developments, what's important for everyone to understand is that if a developer or landowner meets all of the criterias within the zoning and the Planning Act and under the official plan, that the council could fight if that's what taxpayers wanted, to the tune of $200,000 or $300,000 or $400,000, but only to lose. And that would be quite a waste of taxpayers' money, in my opinion. So I think it's important to point that out. I've received a few calls on this, and I've received a lot of calls with respect to Wasaga Sands, which will be coming, I'm sure, in the future to us as well. They haven't presented anything at this point, to my knowledge, but they will be. And so I thought maybe I'd just turn to our Director of Planning, Trevor, just to maybe elaborate on that and explain to folks where Council stands in these situations.
Certainly, Your Worship. So as alluded to by His Worship, this file has been progressing through the Planning Act process for the better part of 3 or 4 years now. It culminated in a settlement hearing that the municipality and the applicant jointly resolved. It was summer of last year. October, fall is when we actually went back to the tribunal. There was 3 applications, plan of subdivision, official plan amendment, and zoning bylaw. Of those 3 applications, the proponent appealed 2, which is the OPA and the ZBA, for a lack of decision. As noted, we were able to resolve that appeal, which culminated in the settlement and a board approval for the OPA and zoning last year. The proponent did not appeal the plan of subdivision, so that is still before you, and that's the reason why you have the staff report today. With a shout out to my staff member, Joel Vines, who's here today, and Patty Kennedy, who's in our engineering department. We were able to pick up and complete the conditions of draft approval, which are now before you for the 2 projects. They're divided in 2 pieces. We look forward to having council bring a conclusion to this. Just to clarify, staff are satisfied that the proponent and their team has provided us all the information required, sufficient enough that you as council may approve this as a draft approval for a period of 3 years. If approved, then it would be incumbent upon the applicant to go from draft approval to plan registration, where they'd have to satisfy all those conditions that you see before you. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, this is one of these prime examples where the town of Wasaga Beach fought this and probably shouldn't have. And so it'd be interesting to know, if not today, but in future, the cost to the taxpayer in order to fight something that we shouldn't have been fighting in the first place because it met all of the criteria that was required. And I don't know if we have those numbers today. If we do, I'd like the taxpayer to get that information. I bring this up because it's, in my opinion, very important that the citizens of Wasaga Beach, the ones who are paying the bills, understand that if we're not opposing something and we're not fighting against something, it's because we really have no right to do so. And to do so for the sake of doing so in order to look good politically or to take up a personal vendetta is just the wrong reasons every time. And so this is a prime example of that, and I think it's important that be out there so as we move forward in future and we have to deal with these issues, that people understand why it is we make the decisions we make in this House. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through Your Worship, the costs of the settlement, which was basically from 2021 to 2022, when we actually resolved the matter at the tribunal, the legal fees were $31,727. We did not have an outside planning consultant working on that. It was done in-house. I don't know how many hours the planning staff dealt with, but in terms of costs going out the door, it was just over $31,000 for legals.
Thank you.
Councillor White?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, these types of things, there is a certain inevitability that has to happen with regards to development. When I lived in Collingwood, I lived on the golf course there at Cranberry. I had a condo there. And the landowner wanted to realign the hole so they could put in some more condos, essentially taking me off the golf course. And the condo board came back with, 3 recommendations, and it was, you could buy the land as a condo corp and do what you like with it. 2, you could move, or 3, you could just stay put and just let it happen. And I feel like we're going to see this again with the Wasaga Sands. We're going to see development that's going to be asked to be put into areas where people were not expecting it to happen, and the golf course is a prime example of that. And again, those homeowners are going to be faced with creating an association to buy the land from the developer to keep it parkland or their own under their control, or one of the other options. And it's an unfortunate thing. I'm glad the external cost was only $31,000. In my mind, it was probably a hell of a lot more. Maybe the internal costs are there. But at the end of the day, we're going to pass this. I'm going to vote in favor of this, and hopefully have people understand that we only fight where we absolutely feel like we have to and when we can win.
If there's no further comment, I just have a couple of comments. First to our Director of Planning. Prior to the appeal process, on 3 different occasions, we had significant legal advice related to a covenant on the land. Were those amounts included in that figure?
Through your worship, I apologize. I don't believe that those I only asked my colleague Jocelyn to calculate what the costs were from basically when we received the appeal to the day that we resolved the appeal. So to Councillor's point, there could have been other additional costs associated with that. But I could probably, with Jocelyn's help, get that information if that's desirous of council as well.
Thank you. The other thing I would just like to make clear, it was referred to that that the settlement took place last year. The election was October 2022. So I just want to point out that the appeal process and the settlement occurred on June 20th of 2022 with the previous council. So if there's, I'll turn it back over to the mayor. Has another comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to see the costs of this in its entirety. This has been ongoing for several years. This all started back in somewhere around 2012, if I'm not mistaken, where it was indicated to the public that there was a covenant against these properties that would not allow or indicated, I'm paraphrasing, Mr. Chair, but that this property could have no more water or sewer assigned to it. And that simply was not factual. And the lawyers have told us that, the searches have been done, and that is just not the case. And so we've spent a lot of money on this over the years, continuing to fight something that we probably shouldn't have been fighting. Not probably, we shouldn't have been fighting. And I won't get into the reasons why I think that was being fought, but it is what it is. So I would like to know what the costs are on this file from its inception, because I would think that it's probably well up there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If there's no further comment, I will then read the motion. That the report titled Recommendation Report Application for Draft Plans of Subdivision TPC at Marwood Phase 1 to 9 lots and Phase 2 to 48 lots to the Joint Committee of the Whole Council JCAC meeting on June 29th, 2000 be received. And excuse me, I just got to get the start of this. It's long. The Joint Committee of the Whole and Council approve application PS 01/17 for a period of 3 years, being the draft plans of subdivision submitted by Christine Loft of Loft Planning, Inc., the agent on behalf of TPC at the Marwood, Inc., the owner for the lands legally described as Floss Concession 7 and 8, part lots 25, 26. It says RD Road and RP 51R 22-127, parts 125 and 54 to 57, RP 51R 36-420, parts 1 and 2 in the town of Wasaga Beach, herein referred to as the subject lands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Prior to taking that vote, we just want to remind everyone that Deputy Mayor Snell has declared a pecuniary interest on this item.
Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor White and Councillor Eagle, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously with the exception of Deputy Mayor Snell, who has backed away from the table. Sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Hope everyone could hear me.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Your Worship, Council, and viewers. The purpose of this report was to provide a staff recommendation to have honk mobile signs removed from Cedar Lane Drive. Through the department's practice of implementing paid on-street parking for specific streets that have been impacted by a high volume of visitors each season, controlled parking on east and west ends of Wasaga Beach, where no parking regulations were in place, have always been the goal. At the time when council approved the implementation of honk mobile on Cedar Lane, the town was experiencing a very high volume of visitors parking in new areas due to COVID-19. Prior to the implementation of honk mobile, motorists were permitted to park for free on both sides of the road of Cedar Lane, causing parking and safety concerns. Rather than erecting all no parking signage, as there was major concerns from multiple departments that this would push the problem elsewhere, staff proposed implementing paid on-street parking to encourage visitors to use provincial and municipal lots to park in at a much lower cost. Due to the recent delegation brought forward on June 8th, staff have revisited the appropriateness of utilizing paid on-street parking in the area of Cedar Lane Drive, as new information has been received advising that the area is not a public beach. Furthermore, as a result of having knowledge that the beaches between Archer Road and Eastdale Drive are privately owned, the staff are also in the process of erecting new signage in the area to help educate visitors that they will be entering a private beach. In regards to the no parking signage on Cedar Lane Drive, a parking assessment was completed in 2020 when the community was seeing a higher than normal volume of visitors in residential areas, again due to COVID-19. Based on our previously established criteria, Cedar Lane is wide enough to accommodate parking, so it was determined at that time that no parking signs would be erected between Birch Trail and Maple Hill Court on the one side. At this point, staff are recommending council approve the removal of honk mobile signs on Cedar Lane Drive that are currently erected between Birch Trail and Maple Hill Court. With this, honk mobile signs will be promptly removed, and specific zones will also be removed from the honk mobile signs, so visitors will not be able to see Cedar Lane Drive come up on the app. Furthermore, staff will keep the parking sign posts in the ground just to finish completing the current parking assessment we have done, and this will be to basically support the need for no parking signs on Cedar Lane Drive. We just want to finish following through with our assessment. Lastly, we will be taking this back and developing a process to handle these types of concerns, which will include an established criteria to better handle these requests more effectively. Thank you.
Is there any question or comment? Yes, Councillor Dilly.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for removing those mobile honk signs. I've been down there last summer, and I do correspond with a lot of the residences. Their main concern is taking these mobile signs off and not putting no parking immediately is just going to get the crowds right back down there. So do you have a time frame as to when the no parking signs will go up?
Thank you for your inquiry, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have a timeline. So basically, after I get approval here, we will be taking the honk signs down with the help of Public Works, and then the parking assessment is completed on Tuesday of next week. So I have given residents in the area a timeline to have the no parking signs up by Friday.
That's awesome. Thank you.
And all that has been coordinated with Public Works just to make sure that staff are able to work around that.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Is there any further comment? Yes, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. I just wanted to say, what a fantastic job. how quick, I'm really impressed with the quick response from your team, given that this just came forward in the last meeting, to turn it around like this and to massage it out to get to a level of best practice. So thank you very much. I'm sure the residents there will very much appreciate it.
And Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, again, congratulations and great job as always by staff. But I think it's also important to point out here, good to hear that no parking signs will be going up very shortly thereafter, because I do agree that it'll be create a problem. But also in this report, it talks about it's the signs that will be going up at these pathways in different parts of Wasaga Beach where people are being led to private beaches. And this happens at both the east end of Wasaga Beach and the far west end of Wasaga Beach in the Brox Beach area by Cedar Grove Park, where once you get past Eastdale Drive, I guess, or shortly thereafter, and once you get to, I'm going to say, Cedar Grove Trailer Park, at each end of town on the beach, the province no longer owns that land or a lot of it. Those landowners still, as is the case in many other municipalities, own to what they refer to as the high water table. So to the water's edge, no matter where that will be. So if the water recedes as it is now, the landowner gains land, and if the water table is high, the landowner loses land. But it is privately owned. And so it's important that we get these signs up. The folks at the West End have been very clear that they want signs up, because currently the provincial park and the town of Wasaga Beach is basically inviting people onto privately owned lands that creates a liability, if you will, for those landowners. And it's not something we should be doing. So again, when we are made aware of this, again, Rachel and her team work very quickly to get these signs prepared and changed so that we can let public know that it is private land and that they just can't go and plunk themselves down there. Or if they do, and if the landowner asks them to move, then that's what they should be doing. I would push this on because I faced this situation in the past as a property owner, and not everyone is very cooperative when you tell them that it's private property, and you don't normally do that because most people are respectful, but not everybody is. And what I've learned is when you do make that clear to somebody, it becomes almost an immediate war, and the OPP are called, and often the OPP don't know who owns what, and so they shouldn't be or don't want to get involved. So I would just say that perhaps we should be sending something to the OPP here at Huronia West, a map or whatever, so as that they are aware if a call does come in from a landowner who owns that land, that they want someone removed from their property, that it's clear that to the OPP they can look it up fast and know that it is privately owned and deal with that accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further comments or questions? Seeing none.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The parking assessment is an ongoing project, so I don't feel we need that motion.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone, or afternoon. Holy, it's flown by. So now this report is the complete opposite, and we actually received a resident request to have a Honk Mobile on 69th Street North where they reside. Currently, the street allows free parking on one side of the road, while the other side is signed with no parking. The resident also brought forward concerns involving safety and traffic obstructions, which has resulted in motorists turning around in unsafe areas and blocking the residents' driveways that are in the community there. The street is close to a beach access point, so we see a lot of visitors using this area to park in for free, and that has been consistent over the last few years. Although the department has only issued 3 parking infractions on 69th Street North since May of 2021, it has been noted that other approved areas, and by approved areas I mean with Honk Mobile, that currently have paid parking, have deterred longer stays in these spots, and have assisted the department to be able to regulate and enforce these areas. It also ensures that the roads in the identified problem areas are kept clear for emergency vehicles. In the report, I have outlined here that staff recommend option 2, which would be to install Honk Mobile signs on the east side of 69th Street North. Based on this, if council does agree with the implementation of this, staff would firstly like to create a parking assessment procedure, which would include feedback from residents that live on the street that is being assessed prior to erect any signage. So basically, we want to hear back from the community before we put any, we make any changes, basically. This would include staff working in the community to educate them on the proposed signage request and also determine a threshold through a standard operating procedure to basically outline residents who agree versus disagree on the proposed honk signage. Thank you.
Is there any questions or comments? Yes, Councillor White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. So in your comment there, you say that the free parking on the one side of the road leads to unsafe, car turning. And how does that get solved by making it paid parking?
Thank you for your inquiry, and through you, Mr. Chair. With the implementation of Honk Mobile, obviously we cannot always assess motorists turning around unsafely, but what it does do is regulate the road for municipal law enforcement officers to properly enforce the area. So since there's no signage there currently, people can freely park there, and it does cause a lot of issues, a lot of I guess higher than normal traffic in the area as well. What we've seen with the other streets that we've put Honk Mobile on, it honestly does deter, or I guess promote, I should say, visitors to use provincial and municipal lots because the on-street parking is at a very high rate, and basically it can just kind of minimize those effects on the community. Resident parking passes are also permitted on the street, so it wouldn't deter or deter, I guess, residents from being able to park on 69th Street North or other streets that have it.
Thank you. Great response. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So it sounds like Honk Mobile is a great feature to make the streets safer, provide more parking options, which is essential, obviously, especially in the West End, because we're short of any municipal lots in that section. But we do hear from residents, and I really like that you're going to be going to the community first before implementing, because then it gives opportunity for feedback. But we have heard from residents that one thing that's a trickle down when this is implemented is garbage is left behind, and they're having to pick up debris and things like that. So can we also look at including signage that says something to the effect of, please, respect our community, or take your trash with you, or something like that, to try to deter that?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, I think that is a great idea. Obviously, I would have to work through that with Public Works, but even for ourselves in the bylaw department, it is something that we can certainly look at. Just as a reminder, similar to the previous report that we just spoke about, kind of reminding everyone that they are entering private property. It might be a nice way to remind people. And we do have no littering and things like that throughout parks in our community. So it's something similar that can probably be put up at these beach access points to remind everyone as well.
Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just touch quickly on the littering. One of the best signs I've seen in my life for littering is at Hollywood Beach in Florida. And they have these signs on the streets leading to the beach and in the beach, and it says "free in the can, 500 in the sand." And they enforce it. They have the same type of signage for pets and whatever else. So I don't know where we're at with looking at those types of bylaws at this point with respect to littering and so on and so forth, but our beach is certainly an area that could use something like that, so it'd be interesting to look into that. But I want to speak specifically about the on-street parking, and I agree that it's a great way for bylaw to really control and set fines, and we want to make your job as easy as we can, because I don't envy any of you out there pounding the pavement in the summer in this or any other municipality giving out tickets. But what I will say is that I have received a couple of times where residents have called and said, you know, you've got no parking on my street. I'm having a wedding for my daughter or myself, and you know, it's really, and it's in our backyard or whatever, and it's kind of unfair because we put the signs there to control the tourism traffic, if you will, not the residents. And I think it's important to point out, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Rachel, but if you are a citizen who lives on the street and you are having a special function, you know, a wedding, a birthday, a bar mitzvah, or just to get together once a year or twice a year, give us a call bylaw, and we can help you with that to give you, you know, temporary parking on the street. So that is correct, I believe, and if we can somehow get that out to our regular citizens so as that they're not, because we have some who are upset that there's no parking on their street for that reason.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that is correct. Obviously, there's some consideration that needs to be made on certain roads, say like Moseley. We probably wouldn't recommend that people can park blocking a lane or anything like that, but certainly on residential streets, we require a bit of basic information, and as long as it's not traffic obstruction in any way, which has never come up, we always try to grant those exemptions.
Is there any further comment or question? I just have one, Rachel, and that is you indicated that we're going to review a process for future editions of honk signage. So, and I don't know if it was inferred or I missed it, but is it the residents that live on the street when we put up honk signing, can their plates be registered so that, or how would they do it like with normal traffic? So they have a, you know, a family coming up, not a party, but just, you know, their kids are coming up for the weekend and they need to park on the street. Do they have to pay that fee, or is there a way for them to park free? Because what I've heard on occasion is, you know, we get a request and it might be one or two neighbors that want to control the parking, but then once it's in place and they realize that they can't use the street themselves without paying, then it becomes a problem.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So yes, it's resident parking passes are accepted on all the streets that have honk mobile. But if you are having a gathering that might be more than 2 vehicles, it's very similar to our parking exemption, and it would just be residents contacting me, gathering a little bit of information, and then providing that exemption for them.
Thank you. I'll read the motion. That the report titled Request for Honk Mobile on 69th Street North to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting on June 29th, 2023 be received, and that the Joint Committee of the Whole Council approve the implementation of honk mobile signage on 69th Street North as outlined in option 2 of this report. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor DeLeo and Councillor Timms, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. And I believe that was just pulled by myself. Okay, so I have a few questions related to the temporary food truck on Moseley Street. And I think I had a discussion with, I can't remember now, was it Rachel or was it? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna let you speak to the report, and then if you haven't answered any questions, I'll ask them at that time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll actually defer this to Danielle. I know she prepared a little synopsis of the report.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So we received a business license application in May to have a food trailer located at 87 Mosley Street, which falls under our food vehicle classification in our business licensing bylaw. This does have a list of conditions and requirements, one of them being that a food vehicle may not be within 100 meters of another food and beverage premise and may not be located in our restricted food vehicle area. So, the restricted areas on this sheet include Beach Drive, part of Main Street, and part of Mosley Street. After review, the location of the food vehicle was within 100 meters of another food and beverage premise, being Pizza Pizza, located at 75 Mosley Street, and was on the restricted area. The next step in the licensing process would be to deny the application, allowing the applicant to appeal within 7 days. It was determined that even with an appeal, we would not be able to come to a final conclusion regarding the license, and therefore proceeded to seek council's recommendations. Furthermore, we did consult with the planning department, who advised that at 87 Mosley Street is zoned beach transition holding, and a restaurant, takeout, and food vehicle is permitted in that classification. Therefore, there were no present concerns with the food vehicle being approved for the 2023 season. We also reached out to the MVCA, who did not have any objections as long as the trailer stays mobile and does not become stationary. Lastly, I reached out to the Economic Development team for any recommendations on how to proceed with approving the application. They explained that there are no mechanisms that staff can use in the short term to permit the owner to locate on a temporary basis at 87 Mosley Street. After discussion between the departments, we decided to bring this council for consideration in order to allow the business to operate this summer season. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that report. So some of the concerns that I wanted clarification was on, in those restricted areas closer to the beach with food trucks, council had previously approved that if it was a local. And my understanding is that my concern was that maybe the land was local, a local owner, but they were leasing the space to a food truck that had an operator that wasn't local. It's now my understanding that the operator is local, so that's fine. And then my last concern that maybe should be taken into consideration is at one point I had passed that area and there were some picnic tables in front of the truck, I believe, and they have no washroom facilities. And my concern would be that in very short order after approving this, we would find, and again, there's no parking there, which there is a lot of foot traffic, but my concern would be that their clients would be going to Pizza Pizza and wanting to use their restrooms, which I think would be very quickly becoming a problem. So maybe there should be a condition that they have to put in the portable washroom facilities to handle their own clients. But I don't know if anyone else wants to comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promote business in this community wholeheartedly. I'm struggling with this. I want to share that I met with the owner of this property, myself and my assistant, Carla, and it was my understanding that this trailer was going to provide food and beverage for an operation that they were looking to do on the lands in their totality for birthdays and parties and anniversaries and whatever. You would rent the space. They have the zoning, I guess, for that, and that's what this was for. I either didn't understand or misunderstood that this was going to be just a food trailer set up at the side of the street for the general public. And the problem I have with this is, never mind the fact that based on what the report says, we're too close to other businesses in the beachfront and so on and so forth, is that if we allow this for one, when does that stop? The next thing you know, Mrs. Smith, no relation, calls the town and says, I want to put a food truck at my driveway and I want to sell dandelion wine or something. I mean, when do we stop that then, and how do we make that exception for one and not the other? The town is currently working on having food trucks down on the main beach area, the old splash pad area. We've gone through great lengths to improve that area for this type of service for this summer. So I'm struggling as to where you draw the line. If you allow for one, you allow for them all. And then, of course, there's the issues that Councillor Belanger has already spoken to, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did anyone want to respond to that, or I'll move to and get all the comments in first, or?
Sure, yeah, I can respond to that. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So we do have conditions, special conditions that we can put on the license, which could be that we advise them that they have to put the temporary washrooms on the property, and we can add a list of conditions that they have to stay mobile and they can't be stationary, the washrooms, their expiry date, and that they are subject to another approval next season to have the food vehicle there. Thank you.
Councillor Timms?
Thank you. And I support the concept of having washrooms on site, but is it possible to ask that they are accessible washroom with a hand washing station available? Because the operator will also need this for themselves. My concern with that setup was that it was there for a while, and I understand, although didn't witness, that it was operational in advance. Are we aware of that?
Thank you, Councillor Timms, and through you, Mr. Chair. So to touch on the washrooms, I'm sure we could look into making sure that we have the proper washrooms that are situated there with the hand washing station. And then as well as the concern about it operating beforehand, yes, we were aware, we did get a complaint that they were operating. We did send officers down there to advise them that they were not permitted to open without a business license, and they closed down shortly after, and then reached out to myself to start the licensing process.
Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I feel very similar to Mayor Smith's comments. And the other piece that's striking for me is Pizza's been a long time occupant down there, and they're full-time, they're year-round serving our community. They do a nice job in keeping the upkeep of their exterior and their patio clean. They've been a great corporate community partner, and I feel that we would be doing a disservice to them if we were to make accommodation in this situation and make an adjustment. So I guess it's just more of a comment, but I just wanted to share my thoughts with the table.
I'm going to go to Councillor DeLeo, then to Councillor Eagle, and back to Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. I'm having a hard time with this one as well. I agree with Mayor Smith and Deputy Mayor Snell. It's not fair to the businesses. We have a setup on the beach for food trucks that they know they can go there. And to put it on a driveway, like, what's to stop others from doing that? I don't want to be walking in town and every driveway has a food truck. So I'm going to be opposing this.
Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, and through you, the chair. My comments really, I guess, the same. Why are they not in with the food trucks? Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Just to touch on a couple comments there. In regards to Pizza, I actually did reach out to the manager to advise that we did get an application for a food vehicle to be located right next to them, and they had no objections. And then in regards to the zoning of the property, it is zoned to have that type of a business there. So if we got other applications, we would look at the zoning. So we wouldn't be able to just approve any food vehicle on any driveway. And sorry, again, what was your question?
Thank you. Why are we not directing them to the area for food trucks?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So
they have a privately owned property there at 87 Mosley Street, so they're not having to then go lease somewhere to put their food vehicle there. So I believe that that's why they want to open up there, because they actually own the property rather than going down to that beach front area and then leasing a space. Thank you.
Councillor Timms?
I just wanted to make a point and perhaps remind council that competition is not a reason to not permit another business unless they're not zoned or not approved in that location, much the same as development, where we're talking about how can you fight development that has been approved and zoned. So in the world of economic development, we can't prevent someone from coming into our town because there are already other people doing that same business.
Mayor Smith, and then I'll go to Councillor White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that the property that this trailer is on is zoned as such that it permits it. And so I'll go back to Councillor Tim's example, and I just talked about it earlier with respect to golf courses and redevelopment. If it's zoned for it and it's allowed, then I will support it. I do have a concern, however, still about traffic and parking. It's a busy space. So I would like to see that they have to provide, and they've got a ton of land there. I just assumed it was residential because of where it was, and it only has a house on it. There's never been a business run there before. I learned to swim at that cottage, so almost drowned, but I did learn to swim. However, I wasn't aware of that. So I'd like to see a condition there with respect to some parking so people can get off the street and not use Pizza or Pedro's parking. They want to use our parking across the street and pay for it. Excellent. But if not, I think that it's important to have that. But if it's zoned for it, then my apologies, and I will support that.
Councillor White?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the property zoned correctly for it. There is parking across the street. The neighboring business doesn't have a concern. For me, I don't see any restriction here. I had all these questions in my mind when I came here today, but thankfully they've been answered quite well, so thankful for that. So in order to move to have the washroom stipulation added to the motion, I would be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Seeing no other comments or questions, I'd just like to, I guess, add, I'm not so concerned about the parking because there's parking across the street and there's a lot of pedestrian traffic in that area. The washrooms I am, but I think with all of our food service businesses, particularly mobile and trucks, is that I think we need to, it may be a bylaw that we need to look at, but I think we should have a very high standard of how the property is maintained, and we should have a fairly high standard of enforcement, because I think that this can be another thing that quickly gets out of hand where we're just not creating the first impression that we want to create in our vision of where we're taking our town as a world-class tourist destination. So, you know, this is, and that should be the same for brick and mortar, but, you know, obviously food trucks are not year-round, not making the same level of investment in our community that a permanent business is. So, but I will support it based on, I don't know at this point if we want to just not refer it back to staff, but approve it based on staff will take council's comments into consideration prior to granting the license. Is that okay? Is everyone good with that? Okay, so with that, I will try to read this and revise it. Sorry, these are all long. I can't fit them in on one view. That the report titled Request to Temporary Permit a Food Trailer on Private Property to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting June 29th, 2023 be received, and that the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council exempt the owner of 87 Mosley Street from site plan and business license location provisions, that the joint committee of the whole and council approve a food trailer to be located on a temporary basis at the 87 Mosley Street property until September 30th, 2023, and that staff be authorized to extend the food trailer in 87 Mosley Street, October 31st, 2023, subject to meeting all other municipal requirements, including those discussed by council in this meeting. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Eagle and Councillor White, all in favor? That's carried unanimously.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Staff are proposing a new bylaw amendment that will address nuisance noise in a more suitable enforcement manner that aligns with other common practices among other municipalities. It is expected that this amendment will make it easier to understand and enforce noise complaints going forward. Currently, staff can enforce noise nuisance when any sound that is excessive, alarming, unusual, or annoying to more than 2 residents or visitors from different properties and/or is clearly auditable from more than 15 meters away from the property line. Our bylaw also includes enforcement based on considerations and factors including the nature and frequency of complaints, environmental conditions, and any aggravating circumstances. There are no restrictions currently in place to regulate sound that is above a specific noise level. It makes it increasingly difficult for officers to enforce noise nuisance violations as there is no decibel level established to measure what is excessive, unusual, or unnecessary type of noises. And there is no identified measure by which enforcement can be used objectively to enforce the bylaw. In regards to a typical investigation of a noise complaint, staff recommend that any noise that exceeds over 90 dBA from more than 15 meters from the property line will be considered a noise nuisance, while also taking into consideration other parts of the noise nuisance definition, such as the excessive, unusual, or unnecessary. So for example, if a lawnmower that is operating on a residential property at 1 p.m. is technically over 90 dBA, we would still consider that as a normal noise throughout the community. Whereas if we're hearing blaring music that is over 90 dBA during the day, we would probably then consider it a violation. And again, for over 15 meters away, so it's not at the point of reception. So this amendment will include staff to be trained on it and purchase decibel sound meters. Although I did provide a general overview of possible training costs in the report, staff have reached out to training companies and are awaiting a response to get a better cost and course availability estimate. With that being said, we will still go with the most cost-effective option to minimize anything. But firstly, we want to just have a better understanding of the different courses that are provided. Some are 2-day, some are 5-day. They do vary between, $1,200 and $2,500. But based on other municipalities that I've spoken to, a lot go to the more cost-effective option, and that's a completely appropriate training option. And we would obviously be considering the same thing. So staff are recommending an amendment to the current noise and nuisance bylaw to include the decibel sound meters to better assist enforcement with our current noise and nuisance bylaw. And upon council's approval, the bylaw enforcement department will obtain proper training, which will provide officers with the correct tools to measure and understand noise levels prior to enforcing the new bylaw.
Thank you. Is there comments or questions? I'll go to Mayor Smith and then Councillor Eagle. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report, and this is a good thing. I've said many, many times in this House that there's no sense in us having bylaws if we can't enforce them or they don't have some teeth, that when you do or you are forced to enforce them, that it makes a difference and people are going to sit up and pay attention. And so I think this is just round one or two of many where we're looking to enforce our bylaws and adjust those bylaws so as that they are meaningful and that we do have an ability to do enforcement. Otherwise, what's the point? I wanted to speak to this because I think it's important for the public to be clear, because I know what I'm going to hear. I've probably got messages on my phone already that, you know, how difficult is it to turn on a meter and see if it goes to 90 or 30 or whatever. So I think it's important to explain briefly. My understanding is that these meters have to be calibrated, much like a radar machine would be calibrated for a police officer. And if it's not properly calibrated by a properly trained technician, then if you do have to go to court with that, it kind of doesn't mean anything, and we're just wasting taxpayers' money on going to court for something we can't enforce. So I think if you could just touch on that, ladies, so as that the public is aware. I struggle with the cost as well, so I'm sure that I have all the confidence that you will do the best you can to keep those costs down, but I think it's a great asset for our bylaw department to be able to not only enforce the bylaw, but to also take away a lot of that public scrutiny that we see. Well, the bylaw came out, it was noisy, and they did nothing. Well, now we're going to have a report that says we had a decibel meter, we took a reading at the required location 15 meters away, and here's what the reading was, and a picture of that reading, I'm assuming, and a report to go with it, which I think is only better as we move forward for everybody. So thank you for the report, thank you for getting this back to us, and I'd just like a little more explanation for the public's awareness. Thank you.
Thank you, Your
Counselor.
Worship. Sorry. And through you, Mr. Chair. You honestly summed it up pretty nicely. Even when we started doing research on it, I was really surprised too. I saw what the decibel meters look like, and I was like, okay, you just point it and you're good to go kind of thing. But speaking with some other municipalities, yes, it needs to be calibrated. And there's actually quite a bit to understand just with the different terms that are used. DBA, for example, if it's not in our bylaw, I probably wouldn't have even known what that was previous to doing all this research. Again, we have reached out to some training facilities because I wanted to get a better understanding of what the course is, everything that will be included in the course. So I can always provide that further too. But again, for court-related purposes and to ensure that if there is a violation that we would get a conviction, the training is a requirement associated with it. I also forgot to mention too that any cost associated with it would come from our parking reserve, so it would be not an unbudgeted expense for taxes.
Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. And while I didn't pull the report, that was exactly what my concern was about the cost. And I had a pretty robust conversation with my husband, who's done this kind of work before, so explained to me the complicated work. I wondered at one point whether we had to have everybody trained. But I feel that all of that's been covered, and you've talked about looking for the most affordable programming for us. So thank you. I think my concerns have been met.
I believe, Deputy Mayor, did you have a comment?
It's okay, Chair. My question has been answered as well. Thank you.
I'll go to Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. I have a really weird question for you, and I'm sure you get a lot of these calls. Barking dogs, are they exempt?
Thank you for your inquiry, and through you, Mr. Chair. No, barking dogs wouldn't be anything in relation to this report as a noise nuisance. We actually have a separate category for it. So basically how we define it is dogs are allowed to bark. It will happen from time to time, but persistent dog barking is not permitted at any time. And we have a process on how we determine if it is persistent or not.
Okay, I have just a few comments. To the mayor's comment, as we review the training, the calibration of all of however many tools we have can be done by one or two people. So if that's an extensive part of the training and it doesn't have to encompass everyone knowing how to calibrate, that would be one thing to consider. I found your report was very detailed, and I had a pretty good understanding of what noises and what decibel levels might be a violation or not a violation. So again, but if the training or a certification is required for anyone that has to go up in court, that portion of it, certainly I support. But the other part of it is with our bylaws and, you know, just dealing with residents on a regular basis. Like, first of all, technology is something that people tend to accept more readily than opinion. So I think that's very good. But I think ultimately when we go out to a situation, it's to end the situation, not necessarily to fine. You know, I'm hoping through the training that we understand that, you know, we're all ambassadors, that, and that there's maybe a way that if we have repeat offenders, so if you're going to the same place, you know, for the fourth time, and even though they cease and desist immediately, if they're a repeat offender, they need to be fined. But if it's a first offense and they immediately comply and turn off the noise, I just find that we seem to be somewhat inconsistent on how we view that level of enforcement, not just about sound, but on other things that we, you know, the first attempt should be to try to educate and try to eliminate the problem from ever happening again, and then, you know, so those are my comments, so. Move to the resolution. Another long one. That the report titled Amendment to Noise and Nuisance Bylaw Decibel Sound Meters to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting on June 29th, 2023 be received. That a bylaw to amend bylaw 2019-15 be approved as outlined in the report, and that council approve an unbudgeted expenditure estimated between $7,200 and $15,300 be financed through the general parking reserve. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Mayor Smith and Councillor White, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. And we will now go to the final item pulled, which is 7.3.8. And that is the report on unauthorized car rallies. And I didn't have a name to who pulled that. So I'll turn the floor over to Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Chair Belanger. I just wanted to just make a comment about this. I just find it so incredibly impressive how quickly staff rallied around this issue. And I really compliment and am grateful that we are taking, you know, a careful, proactive steps to try to get ahead of the situation, and also working so closely with our partners with the OPP in providing at least some next step solutions. Because of course, you know, in our community, we welcome car events and car enthusiasts and visitors that want to come and enjoy. But we do not welcome people or groups who want to come and put our community at risk or to threaten the safety and comfort of our residents. And so, all that being said, I'm very impressed and appreciative for how quickly this came together. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo everything the Deputy Mayor just said. I was fortunate enough to sit in on some of these meetings in the last car rally when we heard it was coming, and I too was very impressed and more importantly left at ease with the amount of work that happened very quickly. I want to commend our General Manager Rogers and his team and Rachel in bylaw, and all of the bylaw officers, as well as the OPP, the Fire Department, and Parks Canada, all coming together and with a very quick phone call to find a solution to fixing these issues, much the same as we did with the mushroom shop. And so the magic mushroom shop. I don't want people to think we shut down a fruit stand. You know, it shows that when we work together and we create relationships with other levels and other organizations, and we have competent, hardworking staff, that we can accomplish great things quickly. So congratulations to everyone involved, and great work, and let's hope we can keep it up again. I'll just reiterate one more thing, and that is that we invite everyone to come and enjoy our beautiful town, which I believe is the greatest town in the greatest province in the greatest country in the world, and the longest freshwater beach. We want you to come here. We want you to have fun. We want you to enjoy, but we want you to respect our municipality and the people who live here full-time, who still get up every day while you're vacationing and partying and having fun to go to work. And so as long as you do that, we're all going to get along fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other comment or question? Seeing none. That the report titled Bylaw Prohibiting Unauthorized Car Rallies, Car Rally Bylaw, to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting June 29th, 2023 be received, and that the bylaw being a bylaw to prohibit vehicular nuisance events be approved. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Mayor Smith and Deputy Mayor Snell. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Before I turn the floor over to general government, we're now 2 minutes to our break. I see in general government there's a number of items pulled. So would council like to break now? And so is that are we talking a 20-minute or 30-minute break? Do we know?
I would suggest a 30-minute break so people can have lunch,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
So council will recess until 2 o'clock, at which point I'll turn the floor over to Councillor White for general government section.
Thank you very much, Chris. We'll call this meeting back to order. And we'll turn this section of general government over to Councillor White. Just note again that Deputy Mayor Snell is representing town of Wasaga Beach in council at Collingwood Collegiate and Our Lady of Bay's commencements today. So we wish her all the best there. And again, congratulations to the graduates. And Councillor White, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I will now review the General Government Business Unit of the Committee of the Whole. I am aware that the following items have been pulled from the consent agenda for separate consideration and vote. So that's item 7.4.5, 7.4.6, 7.4.8, and lastly, 7.4.9. I'm also aware that Councillor Ego would like to make a comment on item 7.4.3 prior to the consent agenda passage. So at this point, I will ask Councillor Ego for her comments.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to comment and really thank, in particular, the bylaw, even though Rachel is not here. You know, as a new councillor and things come forward and the beautification came forward, especially during campaigning, and last year it was a big topic amongst town, and did a little research and I realized how far behind Wasaga Beach was in Boulevard Gardens and how popular and how important it is throughout the world, not just, you know, in little towns everywhere. It's huge. And so I'm really grateful, and I learned a lot about how a town has to work on bylaws and how long this process takes, and things just don't, because you wish for something, it doesn't just happen. And it took a lot of work on this team and town staff for that. And I'm looking forward to seeing the changes throughout town. I do hope the gardeners, especially out there, embrace it, and I believe they will. And I'll be looking forward to that. So I wanted to thank everyone that worked so hard on this. That seemed like a simple task, but it really isn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ego. Would anybody else like to make a comment on the garden beautification? I also think it's a wonderful thing, and thank you very much, Councillor Ego, for bringing that forward. Would anybody else like to make a comment on anything from the consent agenda before I go to the recommendation? Seeing none, I will go to the consent recommendation, and it resolved that the General Government section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the June 29 consent list item, 7.4, and all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? And that passes unanimously. At this point, we will move along to item 7.4.5, which is the Economic Development Officer's report dated June 29th. For comment, I believe, Councillor Timms, you had something to comment on this?
Thank you. That would be the Business Roundtable report, I assume. We're there. Yeah. I just want to really comment on adopting a new business licensing bylaw. Recently, I've heard some chatter on, so these are pieces within your report, Caitlin. I've heard some chatter on social media about, yet again, the town is putting more restrictions in place. And I just wanted people to understand that the goal of this review of the bylaw is to streamline the process and remove some of the red tape. I think it's very important that the public consultation with the business community continues. So I'm really happy to see that council will approve a draft, and then it will be brought back to a business roundtable for consultation with the business community. And I think that is very important as we move forward. Again, I want to reiterate the need for an updated event strategy. We had our advisory committee on tourism just yesterday, and our senior events coordinator advised us that she and her staff are executing in full or with partners 35 events in 31 days during the month of July. So once we really get down and get a strategy, and it'll make sense. We need to have lots of stuff happening, but at the same time, that's really stretching that very small unit. I do have a comment about the facade improvement, and perhaps I could mention it now so we don't have to pull, we do have to pull that item anyways, Councillor White. So I'll leave it at that and then talk about facade improvement when that report comes up.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Would anybody else like to speak to this item? Your worship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, to Councillor Timms' comment about social media chatter and that here we are yet again complicating things. I have no idea where that comes from, but it is social media, so it's blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, to be clear to the general public, this is actually not about complicating anything. It's about simplifying the system. It's about making it easier to do business in this community and serve the folks that live here full-time and our residents that come, our guests, I should say, that come in the summer. So again, just to clarify, we're not complicating. We are simplifying a great deal the licensing policies. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. Any further comments? I have one of my own. I really enjoyed the report, especially the recommendation section at the bottom is very helpful. There was recommendation, though, about creating like a co-working space for startups, whether it be youth or not. And I wish Pam was here to hear this, but there are a tremendous amount of resources at our library with regards to not only equipment like access to the internet, you know, fancy cameras, white boxes, etc., that are obviously essential to co-working spaces. But given the new facility, they'll have an awful lot of square footage to manipulate. So I hope at some point maybe the library does consider that as one of their programming options. Seeing no further comment. Oh, you want to respond?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to agree with you. I think it's going to be a great facility, and I would love to get some business support and like business development programs in there. I've actually been working with Jerry on we've been visiting some other co-working spaces and development offices as well for businesses. So we visited the Sandbox Center in Barrie and then also the Foundry in Collingwood, just to kind of explore about the programs that they offer and what we want to see in Wasaga Beach. So our next step is actually doing a feasibility study on what programs will actually work here and which programs will really support our businesses. So I completely agree.
Wow, fantastic response. Thank you very much. All right, so let's move on to the motion here. Be resolved that the report titled Business Roundtable, May 15th, 2023, Findings and Recommendations to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council Meeting of June 29th, 2023, be received for information. May I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. We'll move on now to item 7.4.6, the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer's Report with casino revenue allocation. This item was pulled by Councillor Belanger as well as Councillor Timms. Councillor Belanger, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Councillor White. As I went through the report, I noticed one thing, obviously in the chart, it showed suggested amounts under each item, but when we got into the verbal detail, the only one that actually had an amount written in it was council priority projects. So I thought maybe the treasurer was sending a message that we really have to limit how much we spend on those, but no, I'm just kidding. But I thought maybe another way to look at this would be the percentage of the funds that would go towards projects that would reduce taxation, and then the rest is open. And the reason I say that is there's quite a bit of overlap as you read through the report, and from time to time there could be opportunities that we want to spend more of this casino revenue on a specific item that is very popular with our residents. And there's a lot of ways that we could determine that. Clearly, one of the things we're going to be talking about is the after-hours walk-in clinic. And, on any given year, especially a startup year, that maybe we would allocate more of that casino money towards a very specific project that has huge benefits to our community. So I just wanted to make sure that as we move forward, that there's a significant amount of flexibility within how council utilizes this money. But I certainly think that every year we should attempt a component of that money to alleviate taxation, that it's a capital project or something that would have otherwise come out of taxation 100%. So, you know, I don't know if there's a guideline for a percentage of that that might be considered, but I just, this is I won't call it a windfall. It was quite a long process, but for those municipalities that effectively use these funds, it can be a huge benefit to our residents, and I think I speak for all the council in saying that that's our intention, is to utilize this money to really improve or enhance the quality of life of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Councillor White.
1 second. Sorry, Jocelyn, did you want to comment back on that?
Thank you, Councillor White. I just thought maybe I should comment that most definitely the policy was designed with flexibility in mind. If you, in the staff report, I've sort of highlighted that we have set suggested amounts and picked the categories that we found from the survey that we took. We listened to what was the residents' interest. We also looked at other surrounding municipalities that have casinos and how their revenues were being allocated. And so the way the policy is set right now is there are amounts suggested, but there's only the one amount, the 300,000 under the council priorities and the 50,000 under the community support project area. The 400,000 for debt reduction is an up to. It's not that we would spend that much. So we may only spend 50 or 100,000 towards that. And then the N category, the reserve, collects any unspent allocated funds. And the concept here is that everything will come through the budget, other than if council has a particular item they want to spend the funding on, they will direct staff to spend from that reserve that accumulates any unallocated amounts. So I believe the policy is designed, one, that council totally decides how the monies are spent, and two, with flexibility to spend the monies where it's needed. So I just thought I could respond with that. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. You're okay? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Councillor White. A comment and a question for elaboration. I did find it very interesting to see how small our casino is in comparison to the neighboring casinos that were compared. And when I looked at the survey results, I wondered if residents really understood what special council projects would entail, because only 32 of them were in agreement, 32%, not 32. 32% were in agreement with that category. With respect to the economic development contribution, I know that it includes tourism initiatives as well, and I think maybe it could be specified later, just in case we have disappointment in the tourism community. With respect to the community discretionary reserve to address social problems that address responsible gambling, later when I read that it could be for other community benefiting programs as approved by council, could you elaborate on not just that, but also the piece about programs based in neighboring communities with satellite services in Wasaga Beach? I wasn't clear, do we have other communities running social services in Wasaga Beach for gambling addiction?
Thank you, Councillor Timms. So to the first to the question about surrounding communities, it is my understanding that there are some programs that are in place that are more, not necessarily gambling specific, more addiction type of support that may also address gambling addictions as well. And I believe too that we were trying to also recognize that this casino will not just impact Wasaga Beach, it will impact the surrounding communities as well. So we're trying to incorporate that into our definition to recognize that and be able to respond to that if needed. And sorry, your other question was, sorry, do you mind repeating the first question?
Sorry, so I realize I did run on with that, but with respect to that particular discretionary reserve, so often we're hearing from the community other social issues that are bothering them so much, like helping the homeless or the food insecurity issue. Is there any opportunity from that policy that some support could come from this discretionary reserve, or is it specifically mandated somewhere that it has to be for addiction support?
Thank you, Councillor Timms, for repeating that. So it's not mandated anywhere. This is totally a council-driven definition, and that last sentence in the definition was to incorporate that there could be other social programs that council wants supported, and they can allocate these funds towards those social programs. Being such a new policy, we don't really know fully where these funds are going to need to be used going forward. So it's really designed around what is the will of council and the direction to us, trying to provide a little bit of guidance on what we've seen out there. But in the end, all of the groups, the categories can be adjusted as needed by council, should they need to be.
Thank you. That satisfied my inquiring mind. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Blanchet?
Thank you, Councillor White. Just to follow up to Councillor Tim's comments, as I had discussion earlier on with Mayor Smith about once the casino was up and running, there was many requests that neighboring municipalities might want us to share in the revenue from the casino. And I felt that that given they had the opportunity to participate or vie for the casino and did not, that certainly Wasaga Beach is entitled to our discretion of how we use that money. But with that said, we did get a significant request from the Humane Society, from my friend's house. Both did deputations, and both of these organizations, although they're not located in Wasaga Beach, quite a number of our residents and our pets benefit from their services. So, that I think was the opportunity for that part of the utilization to be able to consider some of the casino revenue for those types of things. Thank you.
Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's I think the Treasurer's made it pretty clear that we've got 4 pots that these dollars have gone into, basically, but at the end of the day, it's all at council's discretion as to what we use it for. And so should council decide that we want to help the Humane Society, or we want to do something next year in Wasaga Beach or wherever for Out of the Cold, or we want to put this towards, as we've said, a walk-in clinic, that will benefit the whole region, not just Wasaga Beach, then that's council's discretion. So I also had a conversation with our treasurer, and she's explained that. So just for council's comfort, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Treasurer, but at the end of the day, these are the 4 pots we've chosen today. We could change that later. We could decide whatever we want, but the whole amount of funding coming from the casino is at council's discretion as to how we'll spend it. And we can make whatever changes, but at least now we're getting it into the pot and we're getting it allocated to where we can take it from. So, I've said from the beginning that the dollars that come from the casino, we should be able to somehow show the folks at Wasaga Beach that we're doing good things that are affecting our community and the surrounding region in a positive way. That's going to change, I believe, from year to year. To put it into one allocation today and say that that's where it stays, for me personally, that doesn't work. The treasurer satisfied me that that's not the case. I think this council and the next council and councils thereafter that are going to want to be able to have discretion with those funds to do what's best for our community and the surrounding area. So I think that's pretty clear, and thank you for that, Madam Treasurer.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, I just have a quick, maybe for the folks watching at home. Just because we're addressing this policy today, long after the casino has been opened and we've been receiving funds all along, this does apply to all the the funds that we have collected previously and in the future as well, too. It hasn't been a free-for-all on casino money in the meantime, has it?
Thank you, Councillor White. No, absolutely not. The money is all that still is sitting in the reserve, and we will be bringing a report forward annually to talk about how the funds have been used and asking council for their approval on how we put those funds into the reserve at the year end, and any other information direction that we can receive from council, we'll ask at that time. So you'll get plenty of opportunity to know how these funds are being used going forward. And absolutely, all that's happening right now is they're just being collected in a reserve, waiting for your direction.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Councillor White, have you met our treasurer?
Yes, I have, and I know that she
There's no
holds the purse
free-for-all with
strings
money,
very
believe
tight.
me.
Very, very tight. Excellent. Well, thank you for that. Seeing no further comments, I'll read the motion here. Be it resolved that the report titled Recommendation Report Approval of Casino Revenue Allocation and Utilization Policy to the Joint Committee of Whole and Council, meeting of June 29th, 2023, be received, and that the Casino Revenue Allocation and Utilization Policy attached as Appendix B to this report be approved. May I have a mover and a seconder for this? We'll have it moved by Mayor Smith and seconded by Councillor Ego. May I have all in favor? This motion is carried unanimously. We will now move along to 7.4.8. This is the Deputy CAO Director of Special Reports dated June 20th, the medical clinic. I believe this was pulled by Councillor Belanger. Oh, and myself. I will start with Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Councillor White. I had certainly had conversations with our Deputy CAO, Jerry Marshall, who's heading up this project, and it's very exciting. I will express some disappointment as I had been involved with some initial contact from representation from the Georgian Bay Family Health Association, or I think that there was interest in some of their doctors participating. I see now that it looks like we're going to at least initially start fully manning with nurses, and that has some ramifications as to cost of operating the clinic. But with that said, I think it's a great investment. I was particularly interested in your notes, and you can expand on that this might be an opportunity to attract new doctors to our community that may participate in shifts in the clinic. And then the only other comment is that, and I had discussed this with you, is there was no mention of the telehealth connection, which I'm sure can be added easily, and certainly we know that locally in the IDA with nurse practitioners, they are using the telehealth option. So maybe you can just expand a little on some of that, but very fantastic news, great report, and I'm glad this is moving forward as quickly as it is.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger, and through Councillor White to yourself, to your question. So yes, we're aware of the telehealth component. Right now, one of the current practices, you have a nurse practitioner who will be live on site, and the doctor actually be remote on the screen, and the doctor will say, check his shoulder here. The nurse will check the shoulder, feedback on her findings. The patient will say it doesn't hurt, less hurt. So they do some online real-time diagnosis. So we're aware of that, and the facility we're looking at leasing has a great fiber bandwidth in there. So there's lots of room for technology and technological advances as this goes on. Certainly, Caitlin and I have chatted about physician recruitment, the fact that a facility like this will allow us to actually have a spot for doctors to land, so that'll be part of our strategy going on to address that. And Caitlin, I don't know if you want to articulate further on that point.
Sure, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, we've discussed using this as an aspect to help attract physicians to our community. We just think it's going to be a very attractive thing for new graduates to come set up here in the community, get settled, see if it's something that they'd like to stay and settle into Wasaga Beach. So we think it'll be a great selling point when we approach physicians.
And if I could follow up on that, we also met with a couple of physician recruiters from other municipalities to get some advice on how we can kind of leverage the facility and how we can use it to our best advantage to attract doctors. One in particular is working for a larger firm doing something very similar, and they gave us some do's and don'ts and best practices approach to attract doctors, so it's all in play.
Thank you very much.
If I could just have a follow-up, two things. One, again, the using the facility for specialists is pretty exciting. I don't know if right now we know how often our residents have to travel a considerable distance to see a specialist, but obviously if we can have the specialist here, that's a huge benefit to many of our residents. And I don't know if you know the answer to this, but I believe that the telehealth services are, that the doctor on the other end is able to charge their services to OHIP, so that's not an added cost. That would be something covered by the healthcare program, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. And that's our staff's understanding as well, Councillor Blanchet, that the billable hours would go back to OHIP as a normal practice. Having specialists in is something that we'll offer the facility up, so specialists come to town 1 day a week, 2 days a week to offer some kind of special service. We looked at that model as well. Excuse me. And in terms of having specialists, actually some of the telehealth actually allows a specialist to be part of that, so you can actually get a specialist anywhere across Canada to participate in a medical assessment. So all that's available to us.
Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Councillor White. I just wanted to make a comment. I'm so pleased that Wasaga Beach is reopening an after-hours walk-in clinic once again. Being in the health and wellness profession myself, I recognize the importance and appreciate also offering specialized services such as medical professionals who help manage diabetes. Personally knowing the harmful implications of one's diabetes on one's health, I am elated that the clinic will offer knowledgeable medical professionals equipped to help manage one's diabetes condition. Then we have lung therapists, social workers and psychotherapists who will provide one-on-one mental health support. And lastly, one that is the utmost importance to me and dear to my heart is a focus on healthy aging for our elderly adults as well as their caretakers. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our Deputy CAO, Jerry Marshall, for helping make this possible for our residents. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you for that. Mayor Smith?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to point out a couple of things. Before I do, Mr. Deputy CAO, the equipment in this building, it is staying?
Yes, it is, Your Worship.
Okay, and we've worked that all out with Dr. Grayling?
Grayling, yes, we have through Val, who's the manager of the facility. Yes.
Excellent, thank you. So, what's important to note here is that we had a walk-in clinic that former Councillor Ron Ego worked almost 3 years to implement and to get into play, and it is not an easy task. Believe me, you're dealing with other levels of government. You're dealing with doctors. With FOs, with family health teams, you name it. There's a lot of complication and a lot of hurry up and wait. And so when this facility we learned was becoming available, our Deputy CAO and Councillor Belanger brought that forward. We were contacted by another organization as well at the time. Here we are today. And so what do we have here? We're going to have a almost brand new doctor's office as a medical clinic that is fully equipped. So that's not going to need, none of that is going to need to be purchased, including a lot of the small wares, if you will, within that facility. It's the Beck Street Medical Clinic, if you're familiar with it. It's a great facility and a great location, and it's going to give us the opportunity to attract not only nurse practitioners who will start and run that, but really give us a leg up on attracting physicians. And I bring that up because what's important for folks to understand is that family doctors are a dying breed. We're hearing that. It's not just Wasaga Beach. It is right across the province, if not the country. Being a family doctor is a grueling business. You're on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And most doctors today would rather specialize in something or be a hospitalist or do something that they have a shift. And when they go home, they get to go home and have some work-life balance with their families and so on and so forth. And a good example of this is this medical clinic. Dr. Greeling and Dr. Bazinski, both amazing, great doctors, when they decided to retire, did everything to try and sell this practice and to bring doctors to replace them. And short of saying you can have it all for free, and they just couldn't attract family doctors. And in speaking with other communities, our neighbors to the west, to the north, to the south, and well, not to the north because that's the water, but to the south and the east, all face the same thing. It is a crisis. And so this is an opportunity that's come to us that we've got great staff that have got out there and worked on, and here we are today. So it's a very positive thing for Wasaga Beach. Is it perfect yet? No. Is it going to cost us some money up front here? Yes, it is. The good news is we have the casino that's going to help us pay for that. So proof positive, the casino is a good thing for our community. And we're going to be able to move forward, and I'm confident that that will work to make it better every day that it's open. And it's going to serve not only the good folks in Wasaga Beach, but it's going to serve our surrounding communities. What we learned in our walk-in clinic when it was open on Ramblewood was that people from Clearview, people from Collingwood, people from Springwater use that clinic as well. So it's about sharing that ability because of the funds we have with our neighboring communities. So we will make it better. We're just getting started here, but absolutely great news that we'll be able to open this walk-in clinic again, after-hours clinic, as soon as we possibly can. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Councillor Ego.
Thank you. Sorry for speaking after you, Mr. Mayor, but I want to thank you for your words and for all the other great comments here today, and to Jerry for all your work. And I don't know if it was mentioned in there that I know we're hearing all good things, and also the administrative assistant that has been on those premises for some years also comes along with this package and is experienced, and so therefore people know this clinic will already have on, which is important, is administrative staff that knows the workings of the doctors and the setup of the office. It's also just a huge asset. Thanks.
Any other comments? Seeing none, I have a question myself. You know, this is a very unique, opportunistic and brave opportunity you've taken here, and I sincerely think our community needs it, and we need it badly. My question is around the funding for it. If you read through the report, it does rely increasingly year over year on casino funding, and it's fine that we have that wonderful arrangement where we can make this happen through the casino money. But is this going to be a forever type funding model where the municipality is going to have to rely on its own, even if it's casino revenue for? Are there examples maybe in another municipality where they're doing something similar or something, just to help the taxpayer understand, you know, what our position is long-term after the 3 years are up, to kind of get an idea of the sustainability of this tremendous service?
Thank you for the question, Councillor White. So in terms of the financing right now, it's a 90-10 split casino taxation. The model right now sees that split change year over year by 5%. So year one's 90-10, year number two is 85-15. So over the course of time, would slowly go into the tax base if council wanted. So that's one option. The other option would be just to do 100% casino revenue year over year if you want to do that. But the other one with the lease agreement will be first right of refusal to actually acquire the facility. So we can either make an offer to purchase, or if an offer came in from somebody else to purchase the facility, we have first right to match that offer. In which case, if we own it, then we could actually use the other assets of that property to generate revenue and offset cost as well. Longer term, the hope is from all involved is the after-hours clinic will actually become run by the doctors, and they'll kind of move in and they'll take over the clinic. That's the vision, but that's not cast in stone.
Yeah, I know it's tricky, and you really needed to think outside of the box on how to get this off the ground, but again, I think it's a wise use of the funding from the casino. Any further comments? All right, at this point, I'll read the motion. Resolved that the report titled Medical Clinic Concept Plan to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting on June 29th, 2023 be received, and that Council approve the Medical Clinic Concept Plan as outlined in this report, and that Council approve the financing, the medical clinic budget from the casino reserve and taxation under the yearly allocations noted in the financial implications section of the report, and that the Deputy CAO be delegated authority to negotiate and execute an operational agreement with the local family health organization, the FHO, to operate a medical center. This is a long one. And that the Deputy CAO be delegated the authority to negotiate and execute an operational agreement with the family health team, FHT, related to the nurse practitioner funding, and that the Deputy CEO be delegated the authority to negotiate and execute a 4-year lease agreement for 160 Beck Street. May I have a mover and a seconder for this? Moved by Mayor Smith and seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? This passes unanimously. On to the next, we are going to 7.4.9, Economic Development Officer's Report dated June 29th. This is 801 River Road West. This was pulled by Councillor Timms. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White, and I'm well aware of this clinic, attending it myself, and I'm happy to see that they have done an application for this grant. It certainly will give them better visibility from the street, because they're quite pushed back and have had to rely on those pop-up teardrop signs, which can become quite shabby quite quickly. And it's great to see. But the reason why I pulled the report and, having read your business roundtable report, I'm very pleased to see that the staff is reviewing the grant. It has had a very poor uptake in many, many years. Some years, I think we discussed, nobody applied for it. And we've had some conversations, Caitlin and I, about maybe it's just not enough money to do a proper facade improvement, so people are dissuaded from applying for that. Because I do know that we get that information out through the Chamber of Commerce, through our own newsletters and our own website. I think that when staff starts to consider this grant, that there are multiple ways of making it more appealing, whether we have to increase the funding overall or whether that budget item has to stay the same, but the actual grant that can be applied for is bigger than what is previously or what is currently permitted. So it's wonderful to see businesses applying this year, and we do know that it's all part of the master beautification plan for the town to include everybody in sprucing up. So thank you, Caitlin, for that report.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor Blanchet?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor White. Just a question to Caitlin. Have you ever been in a situation where it's obvious that facade improvement might be very beneficial to a business in upgrading their appearance, being more attractive, and maybe generating more profit, that we initiate a conversation so that they know that this program exists and that it could be an opportunity for them to improve their business, doing it in a very diplomatic way, of course.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so I have had those situations. So when I visit businesses, I do bring up the facade improvement program and let them know about the opportunity. And I will say I have had quite a few businesses approach me about the facade improvement program, but when they find out that they can only receive 50% up to $2,000, they either decide just to do a sign or back away from the program altogether, because it's not quite enough money to really redo your store frontage, right? So we will be looking to revamp this program. I'm hoping to bring it to council for review in either August or September in order to have it ready for the budget season. So we'll have that for council soon.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? No? All right, we will go with the motion then. Be resolved that the report titled Facade Improvement Program Application, Georgian Family Chiropractic at 801 River Road West to the Joint Committee of Whole and Council meeting of June 29th, 2023 be received, and that the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council approve the Facade Improvement Program grant application from Georgian Family Chiropractic at 801 River Road West for a single facade grant, 50% of the eligible work up to $1,420. May I have a mover and a seconder for this? Moved by Councillor Ego, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. This concludes the General Government Business Unit of the Committee of the Whole. I now pass the chair back to Mayor Smith for the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you very much, Councillor White. We'll now move into item number 8, which is rise and move back into council. And I do have a resolution resolved at the Committee of the Whole session, rise and move into council session to receive a report on the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole session. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Timms, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. And then moving on to item number 9. So we normally would take a break here. So do you want to do a procedural note or motion here to avoid that, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. The motion on the floor would be that the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council waive Section 4.04B of the procedural bylaw, and that the Committee of the Whole session immediately move into the council sessions to receive a report on the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council, you've heard the question. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Belanger and Councillor Ego, Councillor Fay, Councillor Ego, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we'll move on to item number 9, which is a council session consideration and adoptions of committee. Resolved that the recommendations of the Committee of the Whole session for the meeting of June 29th, 2023 be adopted as a resolution of council. Mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor White and Councillor Ego, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 10, committee, board, and staff reports. 10.1 is the Clerk's Department report and resolutions. We do have a resolution there that the council received the letter dated June 21st, 2023 from Mr. Ron Anderson for information. Any questions or comments on this? Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sorry, I'm going to go back to that. I missed the second half. So, Madam Clerk, shall I just read it again and retake the vote? Yes. Thank you. So, the motion is that council received a letter dated June 21st, 2023 from Mr. Ron Anderson for information, and further that council approve the recommendations as laid out in the attached Schedule A pertaining to the Geosands Inc. WDI and WRSI board removals and appointments. You've heard the question. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor DeLeo and Councillor White. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 11, consent list and council. It is resolved that the council session of the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council hereby receive the June 29th, 2023 consent list, item 11, and that all recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. And it's my understanding there are no items been pulled here. So you have heard the question. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ego and Councillor Timms, all in favor? Carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 12, which is council requested staff reports. There is a list there. Any questions from members of council on that list? Seeing none. Any comments from staff on that list? Seeing none. All right, nothing else there. Moving on to 13, notices of motion, of which we have none. And item number 14, the closed session. It is resolved that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the June 29th, 2023 Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters: municipal beachfront property and community hub update. Closed session minutes of the Joint Committee of the Whole of Council of May 25th, 2023. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. We'll now move into closed session. Are we staying here?
Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Nope. I can.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everybody. We're coming out of closed session, rising into open session. 14.2 on the agenda is a rise and report from closed session, and I'll turn it over to our esteemed clerk. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session at 2:50 p.m. to discuss the following matters. Item 14.1.1, municipal beachfront property pursuant to Section 239(2)C of the Act. As a result of the discussion, staff direction was provided in accordance with the Municipal Act. Item 14.1.2, the Community Hub update pursuant to Section 239(2)C and K of the Municipal Act. As a result of this discussion, staff direction was provided, and the following motion is before Council for consideration. That a budget of up to $50,000 be approved for the Community Hub project to be funded through the Administration General Reserve.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilors, you've heard the question. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Ego. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously, Madam Clerk. Thank you. All right, moving on to the 15, the confirmatory bylaw. It is resolved that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Wasaga Beach at its regular meeting held Thursday, June 29th, 2023, be received and to be deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered number 2023-82. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor Timms and Councillor White. All in favor? That motion carries, and this meeting is adjourned.